Collins, my wife just thought you were showing a pug eating a banana. I don't know. I don't know who. I don't even know where I am anymore. I don't even know who I am anymore. Why, God? All right, let's go explore some things. All right, we'll go do water again. Still, I gotta do freaking Emperor 2. Pugs are too picky to eat bananas. Dude, no joke. No joke. My pug will put it, he'll get in his mouth, he'll like realize it's squishy, and then he spits it out. He's like, no, I'm not eating that, Dad. What's going on, Chad? How are you? Oh, it's Omni. What's going on? Busy mod you are, Raina. Yes, she's very busy. Very busy. Please listen, how's the dog doing today? Man, OOC is just popping off. People talking smack about streamers now. It's whatever. What did I do? That's the problem. You didn't do enough. You didn't do enough. The whole trouble crew is here. We may begin. Oh, God, help us all. Yeah, they're talking shit in OOC. It's not that big. Like, whatever. Who cares? People run their mouths all the time. It's one of the joys of life. You can tell they're from America because they liberally apply that whole Second Amendment thing. Preview of tonight. Brogan should get a Moss ring every kill, maybe 2. You know what's funny? Waldstein gave me a legendary, and I actually got another legendary last night. And I'm not using either one of them. I'm actually going to level this one up. Weird, eh? It's pretty weird, eh? Streamer nerf my build. Yeah. Oh, dude. Did you guys see? Actually, I want you as viewers, I want your guys' opinion on something, okay? And this is probably a terrible fucking thing for me to do. Did you guys see Void's video? I want to know what your guys' take on that video was. I want to hear what your guys' take is. When you first see that, what are your thoughts? I just started playing THJ and really enjoyed your starter videos. Big Hugs 21. Thank you so much, baby. LOL. That reminds me back on the late 90s. A small group of us students went to China and a girl actually got mad because didn't speak English. Whoa. His last stream VOD. It wasn't a VOD. that he released. I mean, it kind of was a VOD, but it wasn't really a VOD. It was weird. Well, no, so he didn't really talk about it. All he did was layer like his stream. He just went from boss fight to boss fight to boss fight, but the clip art or the thumbnail that he used alongside the thumbnail alongside the name of his video is what made me like, huh. Like, huh. You recently mentioned using focus effects in leveling slot. They literally, Bob the Bunny, they literally fixed it. Like as quickly as I said it, they fixed it. I have a video of tips and tricks and tactics that's going to come out. I don't even know if I want to say these things out loud, but I wrote, I recorded a bunch of stuff yesterday. I got the scripts going for my voiceovers. I've got a couple build guides that I'm going to be doing, and that are like ready. In fact, one of them is for the literally the build that Void was playing. One is for this build that I'm playing right now, and then there's a leveling guide and tips and tricks kind of little video that's going to talk about some things that, you know, aren't maybe as obvious that people don't necessarily know about. So that's your takeaway, Blue Steel, is that's all he did was show off what you could do if you put a bunch of time and effort in. Wasn't me all broken. Uh-oh. Ah, crap. Hell yeah. I saw the Shrew part already. That is about where I started watching the other day after you logged off. Oh, nice. Confirmed broken nerf 2. I didn't nerf shit. I did not nerf anything. Man, relish slaps. You know what slaps? Dill relish. Dill relish slaps. Fight me in the arena. Tell me otherwise. He also has really expensive weapons, so would love to have seen with just Biss and Low and Augs. War Rogue Zerker. You made me. Oh my god. Yeah. Do I want to go back and kill these? I probably do. I'm just being lazy. Should go back and kill them. Relish and mayonnaise. Mmm. A's of man, you say? I got a ride of my Necro robe anyway. Dot is so meh right now. Swapped for some heroic strength gear last night. Just under 200 heroic strength. I'm not seeing big numbers on Monk Bard Necro. Please help explain Monk AAs. Well, Monk is really important for Way of Steel, Technique of Master Wu, and Imitate Death. And then they also have an ability, which don't even know if I want to say out loud right now because I think that it's very likely to get touched by an angel. But basically they have an ability that allows them to, it turns their melee attacks into like it hits everything around them instead of just the target. And so the problem is, or the perceived issue becomes, that people are utilizing that with the new heroic strength to essentially like burn things down really quickly, large groups. People are using that to burn things down like, I don't know, Zeb ads. And I think that is very likely to see some adjustment in the near future. I don't really play it. I don't really do anything with it. I don't engage in it. So, you know, but I do think it's likely to get touched. Yep. LOL, posting video of OP builds best way. Yeah, so it's I feel like I have a take on that video he dropped because I kind of felt like it was in poor taste. But it's whatever. Really? Man, I haven't had one of these people in ages. Hey there, Prominent. How about you go away? Bye. See ya. And I haven't had one of those. Man, get to these great viewers. Have the best viewers ever. You can get them. I already have the best viewers ever, you fool. Can't give me better viewers than I already have. Because you guys are the best viewers. Yes, destructive force. Yeah. Yeah. I think that it's very likely to get adjusted. So don't be out there banking on that skill. IMO. Miss Hines subscribed. Too much subscribed. You subscribed. I Miss Hyde. Okay. Nurse. Scrubs. Subscribed. My brain went faster than my mouth did. Subscribing. Thank you so much for the subscription, Hyde. Appreciate you. What happened? I leave town for 10 days and Melee becomes insane. Yeah, we buffed it while you were gone, but we're actually, now that you're back, we're nerfing it. So it's awkward. It's awkward. Sorry. This is the way things must be done. One comes to mind is when Apori was talking about the amount of players who have 65s. How many do you think it's bad if a handful of top can do some crazy A-ing? Do I think it's bad? No. Do I think that the way that things are reviewed for adjustment will inevitably catch those things in their net? Yes. Hopefully that made sense. In other words, I don't see a problem. However, I do believe that a problem will be seen there. Wait, do you make changes to this game? Miss Hyde, something like that. Bill Shop, what's going on, big dog? What I don't like about it is the benefiting from it and then posting about it, knowing 99%er can't roll the build with that gear. So his build being that strong has nothing to do with the gear he's wearing. Like literally nothing to do with the gear he's wearing. That build is very, very strong without that gear. The fact that he can man, I don't know what the hell's going on with me today. Words are hard. The fact that he can effortlessly engage with that content has to do with the gear. The fact that like the damage and stuff and him being able to solo things and do stuff, that build is really strong. It's insanely strong. If you guys saw his damage parses, I don't know if you guys have seen his damage parses, but It's pretty insane. Pretty insane. You are like on the team. Oh my God, Miss Hyde. I'm like your first celebrity friend. So I'm something, I don't know what the hell to call it really. I've been calling myself an ambassador lately, I guess. So I partner with the people who make this. And that's why, you know, you're always like, man, why do you always play EverQuest? But that's why, is because I work alongside them, so to speak. I create content for this. They come and do Q&As here, which benefits me. It's sort of a mutually assured growth and mutually assured destruction, if you will. I joke about the last one. It's, yeah, I mean, it's fun. I also get to be a part of like something that's growing and building. I played this game a lot as a kid. I've actually gotten to play a lot of different games with one of the guys who originally made this game 25 years ago. So it's kind of cool. Broken gets off from nerfs. Oh man, I wish. Hyde, I feel like I verbatim heard you say that. Funky, what's going on, man? How are you doing? What's good in your hood, Funky? Hey man, it finally stopped raining. Isn't it wonderful? Very cool. I was curious how you knew so much. Yeah. Enshrouded was fun to watch you play for a bit. Yeah, we're going to be doing, I haven't decided what day we're going to be doing it, but we are going to be doing a non-EQ day once a week. I have to figure out how I want to work it in. And then I also have to work out how I'm going to, oh my God, OOC is talking about Marxism and identity politics. We're just going to close that window right now. So we are going to decide a day in the week that we are going to be doing like other games. I just don't know what day that is. And I don't know if we're going to do like 1 day a week series. So like I'll play Enshrouded, right? And then every day for a period of time we'll play, or every week for a period of time we'll play Enshrouded and then move on. Or do we play a different game every single week on that day? I don't know yet. I also debated like leaving it open to you guys so you guys could vote. Maybe. I don't know. You guys tell me. Starts June 16th. Nice. That's cool. Glad it's finally stopped raining so much. Getting ready for work, 14 days straight, and then 2 weeks vacation to the Philippines and Japan. Funky, take me. I'll hide in your suitcase. All right. Yeah. I wish Miyazaki knew I existed. Miss Hyde, I'm sure we can get that to happen. We can definitely get him to know that you exist. It may not be in the most beneficial way to you, but I'm sure we can create a world where he at least knows you exist. Oh no, he is up there. Frenzied Angerfish. Whoop. Oh no, feed pics. No, not feed pics. I mean, that would be that's a whole different, you know, nut to crack, I guess. I don't know. That's a whole different issue. I was thinking more along the lines of like, if you mail like a weird letter or something and he marks you down as like a stalker or something, like he'll know who you are, right? Might not be the most beneficial way. He likes feats. Oh, does he like feats? He likes feats. Oh, was there literally no? Did we get nothing? There was no body there. What the hell? Did they all fall? Like, what the hell happened? Did they fall into the floor or something? No. Oh yeah, they definitely did. Weird. Huh. Weird. Oh well. I have no idea what he dropped. Pay attention to my idea. Can you make a random draw where your subs get to put game suggestions in and then you random roll which one you play? You can do that. Yep. Let's see. A random draw where your subs get to put some suggestions. So you actually can't do. It is against TOS to do sub only giveaways and sub only things. I don't know if it's against the rules. If there's no monetary gain, I don't know if it's against the rules then. I have to look at it. But I know terms of service does prevent you from doing sub only giveaways and things. Send them all pug feet. They didn't specify. That's a good idea. Did you play Valheim? Yeah, I played Valheim. Valheim's really great. He's a grower and a shower. Hot. Minimize windows, pet flirt. Yeah. That was too much. Some of the stuff they were talking about, I was just like, why OOC? Why you be this way? Experimental version. Ooh, 2.0 starts June 16th. So that's like 2 weeks. Actually, I know. So June 16th is actually an interesting. We're in a weird place here soon. We're marking the. We're hitting a place where it's actually the anniversary of my grandfather passing, which is weird. For those of you who don't know, I was a full-time caregiver for my grandfather for a while. And yeah, that was intense. But he passed away a year ago, almost to the day. What build were y'all discussing a bit ago? I'm Warrior Paladin Monk. And my pug is very upset that we're even talking about it, okay? He is not going to put up with any of your crap, or my crap for that matter. He's just standing there barking like a little douche. Come here. Get your butt over here, mister. Come here. Oh. I'll get you up there. Now he's sitting in my lap. Talk to the people. Talk to the people. Talk to the people. Oh, Peanut, talk to the people. Yep. It's because it's eating time. Well, I only said sub only because it's less people, so less games. Miss Hyde. Where are you? That's how many games there could be. I went War Rogue Paladin, but I assume Rogue is just worse than Monk. Rogue is not in a great place right now. In my humble opinion, Rogue is not in a great place right now. Lots of streamers do sub Sunday types things where they only subs can vote for games played. Interesting. I know you can do it outside of, like, if you did like sub votes outside of Twitch. Ooh, Kelpilted Mace, nice. It's a couple games, Hyde. It's a couple games. Heading out in a bit was later than I remembered it. Ooh. New idea. Let you choose my games. What would your first pick be, Miss Hyde? What would your first pick be? What game would I be embarking in? And why is it Dark Souls? I actually really enjoy Dark Souls. I actually played Mortal Shell the other day in my own free time for quite a while. I actually own Star Citizen. And I have one of the ship packs. Oh, God. This just got awkward. Project Zomboid? Project Zomboid is not a bad one. Satisfactory. I have Satisfactory. Oh my god, I want to play Satisfactory with Kata. Kata, can we play Satisfactory together? Please? Please? Oh my god, I love you. I want to play Satisfactory with Kata. I bet you that would be so much fun. Also, I feel like I may or may not have to allow him design and development. Factorio, Sekiro. Project Zomboid is great. The multiplayer update should be coming soonish. Project Zomboid is actually a lot of fun. I own that game as well. I've played that quite thoroughly. Yeah, man. I think playing Satisfactory with Kata would be awesome. You peasant, go fetch me my goods so I can build this base. I'd be down. I don't care. I'll fucking. I need a new trio to play. Bobby Flay, what are you thinking, baby? What do you want to play? You want to play melee? You want to play? What do you want to play? What are we looking at? Sekiro. That's what you'd pick, huh? It was fun watching you play that. That's one of the few games of that style that I haven't played. It was fun. Yeah, like, I mean, I know it didn't look easy. I'll tell you that. Did you just play it on normal difficulty too, or was that a higher difficulty? Kata, I have a Shadow Knight Necro Druid. I made it yesterday. It's a halfling, and we're going places. Oh, shit. All right, pets, do your damn job, okay? Pour me the whole room, you swabbies. There we go. Yes. Yes, the whole room. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Mm-hmm. Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3 would be my vote. Just normal difficulty is hard enough, but there are choices you can make in the game to make it even harder. Really? I actually didn't know that. I that's not a game that I've played. I would need to pick that up. The new Dune survival PvP MMO is coming out too. That should be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I trust Ko's review of things, and he had some really interesting feedback and good things to say. We'll see what's what. I'm driving through okay, and it's randomly hailing. Oh God. We'll drive safe, and if you're texting and driving, stop it. Yeah, it's true. You don't see that many people play it. I haven't checked like the viewership feedback and things. I'd be curious to see what that says. Look at it. Look at the glory that's happening here. Look at it all. It's glorious. All these little puny things dying. Monsters and Memories playtest. Yes, I actually talked to ZBrush, and I talked to Sean actually about that. We'll be playing. We'll definitely be playing Monsters and Memories. I haven't played EQ since original Pop. Going to come back for THJ now. Does it make sense to have a starter combo that can farm AA quick, then change classes later? Or so, Chris Morello, do you find yourself to be the type of player that it is vitally important that you min-max, or do you find yourself to be the player that just wants to have fun and, you know, enjoy the ride on the way up? Need a tank. Yeah. I mean, tanks aren't bad. That's for sure. No, that's lame. I mean, different people do different things. That's, you know, when I give people advice on what they want to do, I don't want to be like, hey, you should do this thing because it's the way I play. And you're obviously going to definitely enjoy the way I play everything. So if you're a min-maxer, then yes, I would say include something that can AoE really well in your build so that you can farm AA really quickly and farm items really quickly. Ooh, double shark bone. Money. And then, you know, you can switch those classes around when you get a higher level using Plat or EOM. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. I personally do not enjoy that particular playstyle, but that is probably the most like meta playstyle for people who are pushing limits. Are the A's that let Shadow Knight Necros raise the dead on kill the same? No, they're different. Bobby, they're different. Consume. All right. Look at all our pets. See all these pets? They're pretty amazing. Look at the big pile of dudes. We killed so many dudes and they all floated to the bottom over there. There's so many dudes. All these dead dudes over here. What do you think of SK Pally Rogue? Kata, plug your ears for me. I need you to plug yours. Honestly, I think that actually don't plug your ears, Kata. Kata, when can we get housing in game? I'm going to start a petition for housing. It's probably going to fall on deaf ears because I know it's not even something that anybody wants to embark on. I just want housing. I want to play The Sims EQ, please. So basically, I think that SK is good for a couple of things. Mortal Coil is insanely strong. And so if you're AoEing or killing a bunch of targets really quickly, Mortal Coil is probably one of the strongest abilities in the game. Aside from that, Shadow Knight is a very good sustain for like life taps and things like that, or like life tapping procs is really big for them. But I think that Shadow Knights, when held against pretty much every other class in its group, are probably the weakest right now. Like pound for pound, I think Shadow Knights are weaker than Warriors and Paladins. Yeah. Rogues are really for backstabbing and stealthing. And you get the poisons that you can apply to your weapons, and those proc, and those do really good damage. Those are really good damage, but they fall off late game. And I wouldn't even say that they fall off like really badly, but they definitely do not stand up against a lot of the other mechanics and things that are in the game. Pally, now doing SK and Pally is actually really, really smart, because then you get all of the benefits of the Paladin's shield specialization. You also get the remove greater curse. You also get heals, which I feel like heals are insanely strong right now. Because you can't be interrupted when casting a heal versus you can be interrupted when casting a life tap, and your life tap can be resisted. Heals are like vastly stronger and more reliable than life taps. I want housing. Kata, housing. Housing. When can we get housing? Yeah, it's in the client. Look, check it out. Check it out. Where is it? Guild housing. Where is it? Real estate. Guild plot, buy. Guild plot, sell. Modify trophies. It's definitely in the game right there. Boom. Show me money. Housing when? If Kata builds it, is it a cat house? I don't know. That's a good question. So SK Pally Rogue, I think can work. Archivian. I think it can work as long as you're okay with it not being like the most powerful broken thing in the game. I think it can be really. I think it has the things it needs to be very strong, and I think that it has the like gas to be fun to play. You get skips, you get hide, you get sneak, you get feign death. You also get remove greater curse. You do have life taps. You do have heals. You do have procs. You do have poisons. So there's a lot of different things that are in there. In fact, you know what would be really freaking cool? Oh man, what a great idea. Shadow Knight, like Enchanter, Wizard, or Shadow Knight. I was just thinking as we're talking about like poisons and rogues, if you had Envenom Blade and you had Ragebringer on like your pet, and then you use like the poison DDs and the disease spears, that could actually be a really fun like theme for a build. Gunfire Reborn is pretty fun, or Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I have actually not played either one of those Starbucks. What's the timer on a raised corpse? I think it's 5 minutes roughly. SK Rogue Wizard 22k poison procs. There you go. Jesus Christ. It came in late. Gates of Destruction. Breach. Struggling with life taps. No heals and no cures. Cascade is nice if they don't resist all dots, but still struggled on Quarm. Yeah. Rolled a Paladin Cleric Zerk the other day. Really fun to play so far. Yeah, Riv. For sure. For sure. I'll vote for housing. Hell yeah, Archivian. I just made a Warrior Monk Rogue. So far, I don't have Assassinate or any other AA, but oh my god, stuff dies so fast. Yeah. Am I memeing on you? No, I legitimately would love housing. I know that like it's not something that is like talked about or thought about or really like, I know it's an afterthought. Like people, how many people really engage in housing? Honestly, I think if you guys got housing on the server, it would be a metric shit ton of fun. There would have to be like some system in place to keep it in like in check because of all the people coming and going. But oh my god, housing. Hey, a newbie here. I posted a comment on your last video. Ooh, Salt. What was your comment or what? Chinchilla. How are you? Housing was the downfall of the performance of live servers. Was it the downfall of performance? Hello. Give me your best rogue bard. That can own anything. Rogue bard. Let's see. Rogue bard druid. Rogue bard shaman. Rogue bard cleric. Rogue bard paladin. Rogue bard paladin might be a really good combo, actually. Matter of fact, well, the problem is if you take a paladin, you really want Hopebringer. And if you really want Hopebringer, then you're not taking a dagger. And so your backstabs start to feel a little poopy. But honestly, I like the combo. I like the ingenuity. I like the thoughtfulness in there. So like Rogue Bard Paladin, Rogue Bard. Trying to decide which one I like more. I mean, if you want to stay like fun and thematic and get a little bit of damage out of everything, Rogue Bard Cleric is really good. I would say that Rogue Bard Shaman has some fun interactions, but you might be going a little too heavy on the procs. Rogue Bard Druid is really strong. You have Spirited Reptile, which is really amazing. Then you have some dot playability. You have, bees. Freaking bees is amazing. Yeah, Shadow Knight's another option. I mean, so bards can deal with curses, and bards can deal with poisons and diseases too. Paladin rogue is great if you exclusively fight undead. Yeah, that's true too. Speaking of daggers, look at that dagger. Look at it. Look at it. It's right there. It's a dagger. I heard druids are nuts on the server. Yeah, druids are bonkers on the server. Matter of fact, actually, I was just talking with some people about this. It's really funny that two of the strongest classes on this server are two of the weakest classes on every, like on live and everything. I think it brings an interesting perspective or interesting playability. Druids are very, very strong here. Very, very strong here. In fact, I would argue that right now, pound for pound, they may be the best priest in the game. Shamans are really good, but they just feel like, I don't know. They just feel very strange. They don't feel very shaman, which is weird to me. As someone who mains shaman a lot of the time. Why am I at the water thing? I need to go to fire. As someone who mains shaman, typically, like if I was on the TLP right now, I'd probably be playing a shaman. They feel weird over here. Tinker Customs, what's going on? How you doing? Bard cures are so slow. So many ticks, I don't use them. So they at 65, they actually have one that will clear like the they can clear the Quarm slows. Jesus, big yawn. What do you think is the best solo class combo is? I mean, I don't need to think about it. I can tell you what it is, but here's what I'll tell you. All right. I'm gonna tell this is for everybody to hear too. Don't chase the meta. Don't chase the meta. Don't do it. It's a trap. It's a trap. When you chase the meta, especially on a server, because Kata and Aporia are right on top of like everything over here. So when you chase, it's not like when you chase meta on live and they're like 3 months later something gets fixed or changed. It doesn't play that way. Oh crap. So over here, when you chase the meta, what ends up happening is you find yourself in this weird spot where you've built this class and then a week later there's been an adjustment because it was too extreme, right? And so I really do mean, like don't lock yourself into like playing like this thing because today it's the most badass thing. You will be very sad. And then you'll make another class that you think is the way baddest ass thing. And then that thing will get adjusted. It's really not a great way to play over here. Not meta chasing. To be honest, I don't know enough about THA to know what meta is. I'm after going through content I've never got to do. Oh, well, Tinkers. Okay, let me put it this way. If you want to have fun and you want to like conquer all the content, take the Holy Trinity. If you know what that is, it's a tank, it's a DPS, and it's a healer. Take the Holy Trinity, okay, and do any combination you want. Whatever you think looks fun. You will likely be able to take every single bit of content in the game with that. Yep. Yeah. And for those of you who don't know, Kata, who is in chat, Kata is one of the devs who we're trying to convince to include housing on the server. He's insanely busy, like insanely busy. But we're like, hey, man, you know what would be great? Fucking player housing. Can we get player housing and guild housing? That would be great. And then we can marry Raph and Reyna together. It'll be glorious. That's a great question for Q&A tonight. Hey, can we have housing? Awesome. Thank you for the advice. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Housing would be great in 2028. Well, listen. Hey, Dev, I think Bards should get a nuke on creation. So wait a minute. Just so you know, Salty. Kata is something. What the? What just happened? Where the hell am I? What the hell? What the hell just happened? That was weird. They're summoning me like away from where we're standing, like where they're even standing. They're summoning me somewhere else. That was really weird. We accept push requests. Yeah. Do you really want me to try and code something? Oh, Shadow Step. Good call. Good call. Yeah. Never mind. I understand. Quick question. Is there a way to enable old world models? Not a fan of the new dragons. Yes. Tase me, bro. Tase me, bro. It's like this. Type Tim. Like that. Okay? That's all you got to do. And it'll take those new models away. You in lava. No. Can we get anniversary towers on THA? Chinchilla? No. No, we cannot. How dare you speak that sacrilege? The timer on summoning means teleport, summon, teleport, makes chase. Yeah. It's really bizarre. I hadn't thought about that because it does displace you and then it like summons you. They might look at the same, but they don't look like noodle monsters. Yeah. So if anybody knows how to do it. Oh, yeah. Salt. I was trying to tell you earlier, just be aware that Kata is like a genie in a lamp, right? You can wish for something, but if you ask him and you don't word it absolutely perfectly, you're going to get more than you asked for. And it's probably going to make you real sad. And then when you're not asking for something, Kata will just come out of the fucking woodwork and just like hand you the most glorious update ever. Like, who loves pet bags? How many people love pet bags? How many people love Tyrell's new little teleport window? Ah, Flame Overlord, you jerk. Oh, nice. We definitely have the Tulwar on my pets. So this is a thing that's happening. We're pulling all of the yard on accident. Easter baskets. I was watching TBC, the Brit Canuck, on new TLP server, Fanbreaker, and he was joining a group in Lucklin, already high level. Yeah, he's 38 last I looked. I was watching him as well. Everyone was on mounts, looked so wrong. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird for sure. Do you like the new Bazaar map system? Well done. Yeah. It's really good. Don't mention Tribute. I love Tribute. I do. I always ask about pets. The monkey paw curls. Not me on the teleport. Really? You don't like the new system? Oh, because it Z Blunt, is that because you can't just walk up and like tell it? You can't just be like, yo, this thing, and then it just takes you. You actually have to open the window and like fiddle with it. Yeah. I get it. I hear you. Black Rage of Flame. Ooh, wow, that's 60 dexterity on that freaking sucker. Damn, son. Damn. God damn, Bobby. All right. Where's that frog at? Ooh, that's a big spider. The fresh take on EQ they were built is something special. Yeah, mystical wildebeest, no joke. It's a beautiful thing, man. It's a beautiful thing. Oh man, that is definitely going to see through invis. Are we gonna have to go around this way? Boo. It's like one more click. That's a lot of clicking, Kata. Okay, that is so many more clickings. Okay. All the more clicking. Whatever. I mean, some people, you know, some people are gonna have opinions. It's okay. It's okay. Promos Bear, what's going on, big dog? How you doing? I'm poisoning you, little frog. Here, let's pull the rest of the yard. Let's make our pets attack so that Tulwar pulls the rest of the yard. Are there any good ranger builds? Ugh, man. There's rumors of good ranger builds. I am not aware of any of them. I'm sorry, Kelva. I think rangers they have a really strong burn. The problem is if they're not burning, they ain't killing much. I've tried so many different combinations to make ranger work too. You can actually do if you want to make a melee ranger, then yes. Actually, there are some really good melee ranger builds. Bow has some like really strong mechanics, and on paper it looks like it should be really strong. It's just in practice it doesn't really jive too well. God damn you, Magma Overlord! What are you doing? All right, fine, get over here. Ranger Rogue Druid. Okay. All right, there you go. So am I high? I mean, I guess I must be high. I saw a caster build last night that's doing 175,000 DPS. I haven't seen a ranger build break like what, 30k during burn? I am kind of surprised that no one has updated the combat animations for the Lucklin models on the server. Salt, that's a lot of work, bud. Ranger Whiz Beast. So you're fishing procs, Kata? Is that what you're... Ranger Whiz Beast. So you're shooting your bow. You're utilizing the Bloodlust and the Wizard Crit AAs. Oh, damn, I looted something weird. Yeah. Maybe it's perspective too. Because like right now you're seeing some builds out there that are doing like absolutely absurd amounts of damage. All right, we're going to do some crazy things here. Absolutely insane things over here. Sounds like Ranger Whiz Beast is still better melee than ranged. Ogre, it's actually not, because the Bloodlust will cause the bow to trigger 2 procs per arrow. So, well, actually more than that, but that actually does sound like it could put out some damage. I would just want to see it. No, don't hit me. Oh, they're already summoning. No. Grab things. Grab things. Help. 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 Not everything's summoning. Oh, no. Grab things. Grab things. Oh, God. Rabid bear. Rabid bear. Ancestral aid. Oh, we got it all. We got it all. Yeah. Yeah, we got it all. All right. All right, mother lovers. Let's go. Fight me in the arena. Oh, God. All right. Furious. Disease. What the hell? What the hell? No. Live. Are highly windowed? Yes, they are. They are windowed. That is absolutely accurate. That is absolutely accurate. Two times what proc bows are using to beat the higher damage melee procs. Well, that's just it. Is you're using, so in his example, you're using Bloodlust to force your bow to proc, and then you're using Wizard to absolutely collapse other builds. That's something that I want to try now, actually. Wizard, Beast Lord, Ranger. It sounds like it could be fun, honestly. I tried to get it to work with, I tried to get it like a bunch of procs. I tried to get it to work with like forcing procs in other ways. I tried to get it to work with like backstab and like shield spec and like a lot of other things too. Isn't Pal Rogue Ranger pretty okay? It depends on what your definition of pretty okay is. So, Cata, plug your ears. But there are builds right now that can auto, like just stand there and auto attack with no procs or anything for like 9 to 15k DPS. So it depends on like where you are thinking that it should be. If that makes sense, like where the line is, or where that. Look at all these casters. Look at all my pets. Blah. Yes, excellent. Pets of minions. This is really great. This is fun. I don't know. I don't even know if it's good. It's just fun. No. Warlord's Tenacity. Hold the line. Spirit Guardian. Pressing. I love all the like necromancer pets. It's hilarious. No. Oh, God. And then you get summoned all over the damn place. There we go. You also fish sim procs with snap nukes. Oh, yeah, you could do that too. We have found, though, that... Well, actually, I'm not going to say that out loud. Never mind. We've tested some things. They patch in today or tomorrow. I have. That's a great question for Kata or for the Q&A. I have no idea when patches are going to come. Two-time what bow procs? Yeah, blah 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 blah. Didn't realize it proc like that. Yeah, didn't y'all mention that bows were going to be adjusted to match melee tunes better? So during the Q&A, Aporia made a comment about them looking at it. They have a long list of other things that they're doing, and that they're looking at possibilities of different things in the future. That right now, that's not an issue. Are you going to be doing more? Yes, Chris Hart, I am going to be doing more solo self-found today. Matter of fact, actually, I'm going to kill the Fennon, and then we're going to jump over to the Shadow Knight Necro Druid. Actively causes nerf as we speak. No, I'm not causing nerfs. I love you guys. They literally are well aware of all of these things. Look at Kata informing me of a build. Like they're beyond aware of what's out there and what's capable of happening. I'm not going to throw any shade, but I'm not the one out there making videos saying, get this thing nerfed. I feel like the scaling is going to fit in for God. Might get tuned down slightly. Yeah, Mr. McStoney. I think that would be the ideal way of handling that, but it is also not. It's not up to me. Not today. Love corpse pets. Just need to control their blind fears. Waiting for that update. Yeah, look at all the pets, man. And when you get like all the casters like I had there for a second, it's just fun. It's cool. I really like the flavor. I don't even know, like I really don't know. I haven't really parsed them or like looked at them to see if they're even all that good. They're just fun. Afternoon, mighty Tio. Everything is anecdotal till Aparia and Kata get a hold of it. I mean, I don't. So here's the funny thing is like they pretty much have eyes like everywhere. They're well aware of how things behave very quickly. And if you think they don't know about how something is performing or how something is activated or like something works, I encourage you to look again. They're very smart cookies. Any instructions out there for using parser? Haven't tried it yet. I have not used the parser that is attached to the client yet. I still use the most recent patcher for like the most recent log parser, which you can find in community tools. That being said, they are, yeah. That being said, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Where's the cookies? No cookies. What we need to worry about is where's the housing? Do I think SK Druid Bard would be good? Would Bard count as dude, Tinker? SK Druid Bard could actually go really hard. You have a lot of AE in there, and you could also utilize the SK for Mortal Coil procs. You'd have survivability. Really, really strong. Really, really strong. The only parser that is correct is the one we ship now. Yeah. The others do not correctly interpret crits or dots. Interesting. They wildly over-report bow and melee crits. Interesting. Is that Kata? Is the only way to get that is by using the new launcher? I was thinking Druid for heals, damage shield. Why do people choose Druid? What am I missing? Oh, Tinkers, sit down with me, my friend. Tinkers, come sit down. Come sit down with me. Hang on. I'm gonna ping this. I'm gonna ping this. Where are you? Where are you, Tinkers? I know you're around here somewhere. Where are you? Oh, I can't even highlight your message because you're over there on the tube. Okay, so check it out. So, what makes druids bonkers? Okay, are you ready? Are you ready? What makes them bonkers is they get a thing called Spirit of the Reptile, which is essentially every time something hits you, it heals you. And it's a buff you cast on yourself, and it has charges. And because of the duration, you can technically cast it, wait for a portion of the duration, and then go out and fight whatever it is, and then recast it on yourself. So really insanely strong healing, okay? You have White Wolf. White Wolf makes it so that you get crit heals, and your heals are absolutely massive. It applies to regens and heals over time as well. So huge, huge, huge healing, okay? Let's take that, move it to the side for a second. Then you have a whole line of dots. So you have magic dots, you have fire dots, you have an epic that increases your dot damage. You have this new thing that they added called bees, which basically gives you a virulent effect on your dots. So like you cast a dot, like if I casted a dot on this guy, like it could add a dot to this guy. And then it could add a dot to this guy. I mean, maybe the distance is a little too far there, but it could be like when you're fighting things, the bees like spread a dot across things. It's really fucking cool. The dot is really strong and it's really amazing. And Black Wolf boosts that dog. Black Wolf also boosts your nukes and your procs. Insanely strong. Insanely like massive. Then, yes. You have damage shields. You have this fun little thing called Wrath of the Wild, which puts a 650 point damage shield on you. And you basically just stand there and you go as things hit you and then explode. And to quote Kata, that damage shield can basically solo most of the raid content through to Velius. Just by casting that AA on yourself. Like it can kill Nagi and Vox and, you know, the Kunark dragons just by putting that on you. So have fun. That's why Druid is insanely powerful. Plus they get heals. Plus they get nukes. They get really strong nukes too. Plus they get AoE. They just bring a little bit of everything with them. They're great. They're absolutely amazing, stunning on the server. Casey Gooner up in here with the gifted subby boys. Thank you so much, baby. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, Casey. Thank you so much. Bobby Flay followed the channel. Bobby, you son of a monkey's uncle. Nah, it's cool. I love you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Casey Gooner, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really do appreciate you. I wasn't following. Apparently not. Apparently I'm too stupid for you to follow. I don't know. All I heard was you calling me dumb and saying I eat crayons. Druids carry extra cookies for people? Yeah, absolutely. Hype Train level 2. Ooh, creatives, thank you for the follow. Bobby Flay, thank you for the sub. Oh my god. We've got big things coming. All right. Hype Train. Hype Train. Boop, 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 boop. Do you know if Paladin Healays affect proc heals as well? It absolutely does, Mighty. It absolutely does. Look at all of my toys. I have big old red dragon. Oh, God. That one's really tall. Kata, can you do me a snake solid and just put a crucible on one of these bodies? That would be great. Do you see this? Fed and Row, the Tyrant's Fire Corpse, hit Broken Spirit Call for 100 points of non-melee. Cataclysm of Row. Hell yes, that's hilarious. So he's like actively like hitting my pets. Thank you so much, Casey. Your Lego blocking Og drop? Hell yeah, dude. Grats. Do you know going lurk mode till Q&A? Take it easy, Broken. Thank you, Obese. Appreciate you. Going and remember, when eating crayons, purple is not grape flavored. I know, it's unbelievable. It says grape on the crayon, though. Unacceptable. Okay, the only thing I have left to do is I have to do Syrah real quick. And then after I do that, I think I have my Og on me still, yeah? Yeah, okay. So I got to go do Emp real quick because I still need Leopard spell. I still need to get Leopard. And yeah, After we do that, we'll switch over to our solo self-found character. Lachlan, Sarah, Travel. Notice us on YouTube, Senpai. Hey there. I heard their boo-boo is nuts now. Also, got to do Zegany. What do you mean? I don't have the key for Zegany, and I'm honestly, I have no desire to go and get that stupid key. I should do Zegany. I should get the key. I should go do that. That would be the smart. You mean McPickle Rick? Yes, McPickle Rick. Actually, chat voted on McPickle's last name in the past, and so McPickle has always been McPickle Tickle. Yes, that's right, McPickle Tickle. What's going on, Death Star? How are you doing today, baby? Yeah, you're good, man. You're good. No. Yeah, listen, you got to blame chat, okay? Chat's the one who decided that that's the way it was going to be. Hello there, snaky boys. Are we still able to get follow a Broken Stoic title? Yes, you are. If you go to the Master of Ceremonies in the bazaar near the arena, and you type this wonderful little channel thing in, rate solar cooling. If you type that, no capitals, very important. If you type that to the old Master of Ceremonies, he will give you title Follower of Broken Stoic. Running around with my SK Neck Shaman in Plane of Fire with name moms as pets feels good. Hell yeah, it does. I don't. Okay. Did you just have a big old glass of salt? Did ya? You're so damn cute. You really are cute. It should be against the law to be that cute. What do you guys think about Bard Wiz Druid? Can it be good? Very good. Hype Train level 2 ended. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate all the subscriptions. You guys are amazing. Okay, cool. I must have done it wrong earlier. A lot of people will add capses to it, and when you add caps to it, it just does not grant the title. How does Pal Monk Bird DPS compare to Pal Monk Warrior, which is lower APM? Box Score Watcher. So they're roughly the same as far as DPS goes. When you're talking about like burns and the extreme, they're roughly the same. What I will tell you is, if you are just now thinking about making one of those classes, you know, it's very expensive to make those classes because that loot is being highly sought after now. Ooh, look at what we found. Man, we're adding up some things here. I don't know. I mean, if you really, really, really want to play one of those builds, honestly, I think that probably Berserker is the way to go. That being said, I think that you have a couple of different opportunities to take advantage of the heroic strength stuff that aren't warrior or berserker. Speaking of druid pets, lovingly known as Boo Boo. Broken, push that solo self card to come out sooner. Tell Cat to chop chop. Listen, first of all, there ain't no damn way Cat listens to me about that. And also, listen, here's the thing. Would you rather, okay, we're going to play a little game of would you rather, sleep with Martha Stewart or get a release of Solo Self-Found Hardcore that's just all janky and busted and didn't work correctly? Which one would you rather do? But if you were sleeping with Martha Stewart, Snoop Dogg would be in the corner watching. Just saying. I'm sure. Janky Solo Self-Found. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say that, but I think a lot of people would be upset to, like, if it came out and it wasn't working as intended. Will she make me breakfast afterwards? I mean, of course, isn't that Martha Stewart's whole shtick? Yeah. You'll log into the game, you'll go to like apply for Solo Self-Found Hardcore, and your character will just instantly die and send a message out saying that you're dumb. There. Guess what, guys? Solo Self-Found Hardcore came out and you already failed. That makes it better. Hey, Snoop. Debian. We like this. This sounds great. Images I don't need in my head for $200. Well, Alex, not what your mother said last night, Trebek. I can't wait to see the hardcore Solo Self-Found message when a shaman cannies himself to death. Oh my god, there's gonna be so many things. Like I can't wait to see when that shaman that cannied themselves is Keston. I can't wait for that. That's what I can't wait for. I have a Pal Monk Bard, and considering switching out Bard for either Burr or Warrior, I'm going to tell you, if you really want to know which one I think is better and has longevity, I would say switch to Berserker. I can't wait to see someone die to the moving wall door in Soul B. Oh, God. Hopefully that never happens. What I imagine that we're going to see a bit of is, and this is going to be really, really bad. I really hope that I hope the CST team is ready for the inevitable, like, tomfoolery that's going to happen when someone goes in, right? And they, oh God, I can only imagine how bad this is going to be. So when somebody goes in and there's like lag on the server, has anybody ever zoned and just died to like 20,000 damage? Or has anybody like tripped over a rock and died for like 20,000 damage? Yeah, that's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. That Wintech guy, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. Exactly. Chinchilla, yes. Yes, that is exactly. And it's not like, I don't think there's anything they can do about it. It's not something that like, I don't think there's something they can do now to prepare for that. But it's inevitably going to happen. And the sad part is because of the way that mechanism works, basically your character gets desynced from the server and then lands on something really quickly. I do think that it's very likely it's going to happen in waves. Like, it's not just going to be one character that dies. It's going to be a bunch of them. And it's going to be the saddest day ever if you're a CST. All of a sudden, all these tickets start popping up. It's going to be like, oh, God, help. Help me. Help me. The hell? Running off Succor spot in EJ, frames chunking due to the trees, insta death. Yeah. Exactly that. My first hardcore guy here died to falling damage walking down the hill next to Sev because I tabbed out to check the wiki. Oh, because you had the frames per second. You had the background frame set. So you just like walked in and then you freaking ate it. I did that too. I've done that too. I've done that a ton. I did that on live like 3 times in a row. Yep. Yep. Been there. So Bard, Paladin, Druid for a newbie to progress on the server efficiently. Yeah. Salty, I think that's actually not a bad combo. I think that it could be a lot of fun and it brings some flavor to it too. So I think it's a great idea. I don't see any wrong problems or anything with that build. I think that build can probably kill everything in the game relatively easily. You might run into a few outliers. Hi, this is one of them. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it could be all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. Mighty strike. Get dead, you little fool. Oh, God, he stunned me. He stunned me. There we go. There we go. Reapply the dots. Beat him down to death. Or Rogue Bard Druid or Rogue Paladin Druid. So I said this kind of earlier, and I'll say it again. You can take Rogue, and if you want to play a Rogue, you should play a Rogue. Just understand that by taking like Rogue and Paladin together, you might be losing half of what makes Rogue good. Because Paladin really wants to use the Hopebringer. It is the best weapon in the game. Like Hopebringer is insane. And if you take a Rogue, you want to have a dagger in your main hand. If you don't have a dagger in your main hand, a Rogue only dagger specifically, then your backstab is not really doing much. So you're putting yourself in a really ugly situation late game. You'd still have access to poison and you'd still have access to sneak and hide. You'd still have access to lethality. But that's where it would get a little weird. Just juggle weapons like a pro. Yeah, you could do that too. I started SK Ranger Druid. It's insane. Nice. Pal Range Rogue can use the bow and the dagger, but then you are using, Polyprob better with Ranger in that scenario. Yeah, Ranger's not a bad option, but if you're going to, you got to look at redundancy too. It all depends on if you want to min-max or not. That's what it comes down to. Come on, Leopard. Come on, Leopard. Another day, another no Leopard. Anybody want a White Ornate Chain Bridle? Does anybody want to mount? Anybody want to mount? I'll give you a mount if you want one. If you want to have a mount, we can do a giveaway. I haven't done a giveaway in here in a long time. No, nobody's interested in the mount. All right, well, never mind. I like the giveaway idea. If you min-max, be ready to have a bad time. We've seen the rise and fall of a bunch of... Exactly. I do not encourage people to min-max. I don't think it's a wise idea. The meta chase here is not a good one. Damn, too slow. I'd like it. All right, let me see. I don't know if this still works. Let me see if my giveaway thing still works. Hang on. Hold on, please. Hold, please. Let me see if my giveaway button still works. It's telling me no. Oh, No, wait. It's telling me to link. Oh, okay. Authorize. Success. All right, hold on. We're going to get this baby going. We're going to get the people going, okay? All right, white Hornet. White, oh God. White Hornet chain bridle. Yeah, if you guys want to mount, unfortunately, this is only going to broadcast to Twitch. So I love you all. I'm sorry for those of you who are on YouTube. Oh, did it send a boat? No, it only sent to Twitch. Yeah. How you play it? Gear? Don't cheese min max combo? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Kata's like as sort of like pigeonholey, like some people really enjoy chasing meta of things, and that's really like, I hate saying this out loud, but it's really not what the server is about. You'll probably suffer, and you'll probably find yourself getting very upset at how quickly things happen. Can't see your chat for Twitch, so you can't actually use an overlay, Death Star. It violates Twitch TOS. In fact, Twitch TOS prevents you from putting anything that you put on Twitch anywhere else. You can multi-stream. There's a whole word for it, but it's like it's sort of scandalous the way they have it set up. You know, that being said, like we do have a combined chat. It's right here. I did install it. I put it in there, and then I found out after the fact that it violates TOS. So like I set up a little thing so you could do this, right? So you guys can see the chat, but it's against the rules. It's bad. It's bad. So we were talking about earlier, the Master of Ceremonies, this guy. So if you go up to this guy and you tell to this guy, you say to him, you say, rate solar cooling, like that, you can get a title that says Follower of Broken Stoic. That is a thing. You could get it. I like to have a character that's pretty strong and fun. Look at this little guy. Look at that. Look at that little guy. Look at him. I see him. I see him in your little follower. Look at him. Lil Brew. Look at him. Look at him. Pickle Wink. Brew, what was the last name you were trying to get that they wouldn't let you get? How about SK Shaman Enchanter? Yeah, I mean, that could be really good. Listen, play what you want to play. There are very few builds that are really like, oh man, you done fucked up. There are minuscule builds where it's like, you're probably not going to have a fun time. Dark Animus, what's going on? So like we made a sort of a meme build because somebody challenged me to make it to Lucklin on a character. That character's name is Mayonnaise, and he is a warrior rogue berserker. And that was a really bad time. You can do it. We're not saying you cannot like get through the game on that character, but the amount of work and soul crushing work that you have to put into that character to make it work is like not, in my humble opinion, it is not fun. It is really tough. Give you what? Yeah, play a combo you want to play and then figure it out. Exactly. See? Kata. Boom. Snatch Whistle. Evening. Yeah, trying not to min-max. Was just thinking of combining my last 3 mains on TLPs. LOL. A Bard Paladin. So, Salt, Bard Paladin Druid can work. And it's probably not a bad combination, honestly. Like, if I'm being for real, it's probably not a terrible build. All right. We're going to do this here soon. We only have 2 giveaways. All right. Do we want to see who wins? Mighty Tio, congratulations. Up for the guild while you're in Baz? Yeah. Bill Sharp. We are in. What's going on, Firefly? How you doing? There we go. There's like some Kata. There's like a lot of input lag in Bazaar right now. We're in 4. What one-hander you got? So I am using the Kelp Hilted Mace. I have a little Zeb glam on it, so it doesn't look like it normally does. But it's a Kelp Hilted Mace. What sounds like the better synergy? Warrior, Monk, and then Shaman, DRU, or NEC? Shaman's not bad, but Druid isn't bad either. I would honestly say either Shaman or Druid are the better synergy. Dracoris 01, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, Warrior, Monk, anything is probably going to be pretty good. Tank for plate, plus defensive skills, AC caps, double attack. You also get triple attack. Bard brings dual wield along with utility, bam, quadding, already strong without thinking about Druid. So Bard and Druid, there's no quadding. You can pull, there's no target limitation here. So pull 900 things if you want to and blow it all up at once. Have fun. Bring the boom. Fair enough. Thought about the whole War Monk Pal thing, but kind of want to do more than just auto attack. Yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, as in 4 attacks. I see. Well, so Dark Animus, you can actually flurry. And Bards also get something called Harmonious Assault, which actually allows you to attack again. For us non-Ming-Maxers, are we still expecting to solo Zeb Saru, or is that off the table for us? Or will we need to duo? What's the expectation for 2nd and 3rd tier class combos? So Bob the Bunny, most of the game right now is soloable, with the exception of the fights that you brought up. That being said, with those specific fights, a lot of builds can engage them and solo them. Obviously, not all of them can. You can grab a friend and you can then do those fights. So you might need a friend, which is one of the reasons we created the guild, the Broken Ones. It's one of the reasons we created the guild, because I would like a community where basically people can play the game together and they can find friends to do content together. They can progress through the expansions together. You know, there's a lot of different options. There's a lot of different things that they can do and play. Yeah. So the idea is that we have a community in which, like, if you want to play whatever build you want to play for funsies, you can find a friend to engage in the content together and just play the game and have fun, have a good time. You don't have to think about like min-maxing or doing anything weird like that. How do I join your guild? Can I do that? Yes, you absolutely can join the guild. SK NEC DRU expensive to start? No, I don't think it's expensive. Either Brew can invite you. Anybody who's a member of the guild can invite. So if you also, I can meet you in the bazaar or something, and we can get you an invite that way as well. I have not tried solo Saru. Maybe I just psyched myself out, but Monk Bard next seems like it won't be able to. So would you like a tactic that might allow you to beat Saru with that combo? So you have this really neat thing now. It's called Cascade of Decay. So they recently added a heal function to Cascade of Decay. And if you use, and I'm like, this is a plug your ears cata kind of moment, but if you use like Leech, or you use Soulwell, or some low level dot, you could even use Disease Cloud, honestly. If you use, if you're chasing the meta, that's where the comment about money comes. If you're chasing the meta, then there's like expensive builds. But if you basically go out there and you engage in the fight, okay, and you use this really cool ability called Disease Cloud that lasts 16 minutes on a target, it's going to trigger the slow from a shaman, and it also triggers Cascade of Decay from the Necromancer. So what's going to happen is you're actually going to be causing yourself to heal throughout the entire fight. And you're, believe it or not, you're going to want to leave the ads up, and you're going to want to leave the other ads outside the room up, and you're going to be liberally applying Disease Cloud to everything, which is going to cause you to start healing for absolute madness levels. Soulwell won't trigger it. Yes, but Soulwell is an additional life over time. And if you can't do the hardest mode, like do 0 of 4, then do 1 of 4, then do 2 of 4, do 3 of 4, figure out what feels good to you, you know? Try to figure out what you can do. The best part about Saru is that there's multiple difficulties, and you get to choose. It's sort of a la carte custom fight. I don't know if it was designed, like, I mean, it obviously was designed that way, but like, it really became this sort of trend setting thing when you think about it, like allowing people to just kind of like pick how hard that fight is. Druid has a lot of spells to buy, but you don't need ports. Plat is easy enough to come by. For spells, though, I farmed Umbral Plains for Plat, 57. Listen, if you want money and you don't want to have to worry about whether or not you can afford all your spells, go to the Warrens. Go to the Warrens to level. Like right at level 1, just go to the Warrens. Loot everything. Sell it. Loot everything. Sell it. Buy bigger bags. Loot everything. Sell it. You will not struggle for money if you do that. Almost everything in the Warren sells for plat. It needs to be a player, castable dot. So weapons that have dots that are unique to... I've been looking up various dot proc weapons I can wield while tanking a group and cycle through targets to proc extra free dots that count. Interesting. Yeah. That is, I don't recall. I believe that was one of the things that's supposed to be getting fixed. I thought it was fixed, honestly. I know they fixed that for a lot of other things. Oh, that sucked. He was dark blue, and then because I leveled off this guy, he became gray. We're just farming up bone chips and levels, obviously. But we want bone chips because the bone chips are going to get us pets and stuff in the future. Is the only way to get fragments from Saru to have Presertums alive? No, it's not the only way, Tase Me Bro, but it is the more you have alive, the better the rolls are on the Augs. The more Augs you can possibly get. So if you do 4 or 4, you're guaranteed 2 enchanted Augs. Yeah, it's pretty solid. Well, we have Kata here to clear that up, but I do believe you can do 0 of 4 and still get Augs. This song kind of reminds me of Schedule 1 music. My understanding was at least 1. Yeah. I know they've adjusted it. I just don't know where they adjusted it to. I honestly didn't fight Saru until very recently. Like, I didn't even engage in the fight. We killed him night 1. I killed him like 3 times after that, and then I never killed him again. I got the very first legendary Saru Aug, which I gave away to somebody in chat. Have you checked on Cranky Frank lately? Q&A, driving at the moment. There you go. Aporia said in the Q&A that you need at least 1 up before. Was that Firefly, though? Was that before or after they adjusted the drops on there? Sean, I don't know if I can. I don't know if we can do guild tribute. I don't believe guild tribute works. You said it like 2 weeks back or so. Interesting. I don't know if guild tribute even works. I don't actually think it does, but I'll fiddle with it. Would need guild hall for guild tribute, I think. Probably. That sounds right. Housing. Player housing 1. Guild housing 1. Whoa, Raph about it. What's going on, Raph? What's going on, Raph? How you doing? What's new with you? How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. What are you up to? Welcome, raiders, to the Broken Stoic stream. Does Group AAXP work? I loaded the menu the other day when I fat fingered a keybind. Oh, you're talking about like Leadership AA? Leadership AA does not currently do anything. In the past, like, we had like rough discussions about it possibly doing other things, but yeah, no, doesn't do anything. How you doing, Raph? What'd you do? What were you into? Cap and Cube, you can get AAs and purchase the AAs, but not sure if it actually works. Yeah, it doesn't actually, it no do good. Stream got unhinged, LOL. Was working through Plane of Air, and then Nerd Navigator got me talking about Wheel of Time. Apparently, it's a button, and I derailed. Uh-oh. But someone did win a legendary Easter basket. What? Codex CSQ. Evil. Evil. That's awesome. Thanks. I love my main. I just don't want to feel like I failed. As long as that's normal, I'm good with it. Grouping is great. I just wish it wasn't dependent upon others' lockout timers. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It's really not hard to make ults on this server. And your lockouts are specific to the character, not to your account. So, you know, hint, hint. Just make more characters. More characters equals more lockout timers. More lockout timers equals more content you can get into. It's great fun. Never leave. Never leave ever. Just come and play THJ all day, every day. It's the only way. That was weird. I'm a poet. Smelled burning electronics. Just weird stuff happening all stream, but wanted to pass the torch your way, my dude. Hey, Raph, thank you so much. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't already, please click that Raph about it. She is one of the newer members of the stream team for THJ. She's good people. I've actually known her for quite a while. She likes charity. I like charity. We do charity stuff. She is a big time Eve player for all you spreadsheet lovers out there. Sean Collier, what's going on, baby? How are you? Poet, and I didn't know it. I actually did know it. I have published poetry. There's a little broken Stoic trivia for you. I have published poetry. Bom, bom, bom. Coffee table book. Nice. Mine is in, it's actually in a child's book, believe it or not. So there's not a lot of swearing in there, which I know for me, like people probably a little apprehensive. Like, what? No, you not swearing? I don't think so. That didn't happen. But yeah, it's in a child's book. I actually have that book somewhere. I don't know where the hell it went to, but it was a long time ago. God, it was like 30 years ago. Oh, God. It's in a book. I'll take a look. Will you take a look in the book? The Heart of a Child. I think I might stream EQ all week next week. One day of Eve, but I love THJ so much. I love THJ too. So, Raph, what was your final counter on Eve last night? So I clicked on Raph's name in Discord, and, you know, it tells you now, like, oh, this person's been in this game for so long. And Raph's was like, has been in Eve for 6 hours. And I was like, what are you doing? What you doing over there, hey? What you doing? What you doing? ETA on Q&A. Can I add questions from YouTube? So, Sean, great question. You cannot add questions from YouTube, but you can add questions from the Discord. If you type !Discord, oh God, you're in YouTube. I need to figure out how. There's so many things that are like non-conducive to YouTube, and it's so messy. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll get you the link. There's guild tribute. I thought it was only personal. There is guild tribute in the game, but I don't think that it does anything on THJ. Okay. Let's see here. Also, Bob the Bunny, you may want to reload your screen. You seem to be responding to things that we talked about like a little bit ago. So I have a feeling you're probably desynced from the actual stream itself. All right, let me go and get the thing. Oh, I can't actually get it from Discord because it's dumb. Because I'm in streamer mode, and streamer mode prevents me from doing anything. There we go. Copy. All right. YouTube. There we go. That's the Discord. You can actually ask the questions in Discord. There's a Q&A section in which you can go in there and you can ask all the little questions your heart desired. That does not mean we will ask all of your questions. However, we will go through and review them. We try to give everybody a chance to ask like various different questions. There is limited time, so sometimes we do skip over questions. And please try to remain respectful when asking your questions. Saying things like, this shit sucks. Why do you suck? Why do you do it bad? Will probably not get read. It'll probably get ignored. And yeah, you're just wasting everybody's time. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. I'll see if I can dig up my old account. Ooh, baby. Chronix, no, I want though. Ever since he floated the idea. Ooh, I'm sure I'm the CEO. Let's go. Cat is gonna play Eve. Should we be worried? Should we be worried that Cat is gonna play Eve? Want to buy guild invite? Are you in Bazaar right now, Raph? Tried to order a McPickle today, stumped the team at McDonald's staff. So Nick, you have to like be like, yo, can I get a cheeseburger and a bucket of pickles? Hot. I love that you ordered a McPickle. That's awesome. YouTube is easier to stream while working. I can claim it's just keeping my screen alive. Twitch is harder to use that excuse with. Yeah, NHD, I definitely understand. There needs to be better integration between the two streaming platforms. The problem becomes is that neither one of them want to integrate with the other. In fact, up until very recently, Twitch actually made it against the rules to stream anywhere but to Twitch. They only just recently opened it up so that it's actually not against TOS. I'll join Discord when I can. Awesome. Looking to move to THJ, more FT and hop to SC, high fantasy, sci-fi nerd. Ooh. Did you ever get my disc DMs? Which ones, Captain Cube? I explained and they hooked me up. Hell yeah. Sounds like Kata already knows all about Eve. I wouldn't doubt it. Have I ever ordered a McPickle? I have. I've eaten one. We used to, all right, me and this other guy, another parole officer, we would go, and sometimes during shift, we would go order a McPickle. We would also sometimes order a McGangbang. A McGangbang is a chicken sandwich and a cheeseburger mixed together. I played Eve Online at one point. I play Eve Echoes on my mobile at the moment. I ordered a bunless Big Mac one day. It was just patties, cheese, and someone threw shredded lettuce on it. I don't know what I expected. I was afraid to ask for that today. I've never asked for it by name, but I've definitely ordered the two things and made it. All right. Which Baz are you in, Raph? I'll kill these really quick and then we'll go get you. What's going on, Sarkoth? How you doing, baby? Sarkoth, why do I hear that you're a part of some kind of stream team now? Is that what I heard? Is that rumor? You'll hop to 15. Okay. I'll be right there. I hear that Sarkoth is a part of some kind of stream team now. Is that what I hear? Is that rumor on the street? Some guy, Sarkoth. Some kind of new stream team member? Is that, am I remembering this accurately? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Sarkoth, sarcophagus to the stream team. Newest member. Definitely rumors. Ooh. I'll have to tag you to our other Discord too. Mr. Pickle, what the hell is this? Bobby Flay, don't you worry about what Mr. Pickle is, okay? Mick Pickle is just he's just a boy in a world. He's just a boy in a world. Good to be a part of the team. Hell yeah, dude. Some young guy, Raffle. Not sure why I remembered that from an old joke. Yeah, of course. It's actually cream of some young guy. Death Star. Guild invite. What was the name? It started with an N. Scrolling up. Ah, Naomi. There it is. Oh, we have more than one? Do we have other people here? You also want a guild invite? You also are asking for a guild invite? There you go. Done. Done and done. Gotcha. He doesn't ever read his in-game chat. Listen, I usually have a chat like windows or tell windows up, and I just haven't set that up yet. Thugomancer, you are not in Bazaar 15, so no, you can have an invite. Yes, Bobby Flay, the 4 GB patch makes an absolutely devastating size difference. It is night and bloody day. Night and day difference. I would definitely recommend getting that. Yeah, no problem. I'll hang. It's that 4 GB patch. I actually installed that myself. I have a beastly computer, and I installed that 4 GB patch, and yeah, big things, man, big things. Yeah, so currently, well, so EQ when it launches is capped at the amount of RAM that it can use. And so by using the 4 GB patch, it allows you to use, I believe it's double what you're normally able to use, which makes a huge difference. Yeah, everybody can get an invite. Just come, let me move over to the side over here so we're not like mucking up everything. We'll move over here. I'm in Bazaar 15. We started a recruitment phase. Wah wah. Where do you see the 4 GB patch? Well, Cap and Cube, allow me to enlighten you. So there's a couple of different places you can get it. You can get it if you go into the THJ Discord. You can find it there. It is also attached to the new downloader for the server. You can also find a link to it on the FAQ portion of the Discord. You can also find a link to it in my videos. Booyah. Cheer. It's part of the patch now. The checkbox for enable CPU optimizations. There you go. I still, the broken ones equal cult? Probably. We're not going to do Kool-Aid, but we're definitely going to do, the track suits with the sneaks, the Reeboks. Anybody can wear. Oh man, no Kool-Aid. Yeah, no Kool-Aid. Only tracksuits and sneaks. And I don't care about the color. You can be whatever color you want. Can we at least get punch and pie? You mean pumps, dude? No, not pumps. Reeboks. We're old here. We do. You can also just do it with a hex editor. We now know you aren't a true 80s kid. Listen, I am an 80s kid, and I didn't own pumps. I am a giant human being, and pumps don't fit me. There's a really interesting mechanism, Kata, with inviting people to the guilds and inviting people to groups from the bazaar. When it AFKs you, it doesn't always send the the invite out. I don't know if you know about this. Yes, they were pumps. Yeah. I'm not able to wear those types of shoes because I'm a giant human being. I'll take an invite standing in front of you on Sethox. Yeah, you should have it. It's actually telling me that you're currently. Oh, there we go. Never mind. It was telling me you were currently considering with a giant heart. Yes, I do have a giant heart. I'm probably gonna die. All right, I'll write that down. I got another bug report I got to write too. Yeah, you like that? You like that? Like a true man, I turned it into a deep dark thing. Giggity. Oh man, guild name should have been The RB Giants. Yo, yo, how goes the solo self found run? What's going on, Zeg? How you doing, baby? It's going well. What the shit? That's what she said. What? What? All right, anybody else coming? Anybody else want a guild invite? Almost died in Plane of Hate because I got stuck in a railing. Ooh. Tell me more, Mighty. Is there any video of this? Zoltar, you have to be in Bazaar 15 in order for me to invite you. You have to be in Bazaar 15 if you'd like an invite. No, just breathing hard. Help me, Step Bro. I'm stuck in Plane of Hate. Getting a railing. Ooh. Ree. All of the YouTube stuff right now is probably exploding. It's like, oh my God, he's talking about weird things. Let me get over. Yeah. I'm right here. Once I get onto another character, I'll also upgrade all your guys' ranks and ratings and stuff. And Bobby, I'll update you as well. Nick, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Mr. 556. Ooh, I do like 556. I am a 762 kind of guy, though. I actually don't own a 762, which is the kind of the irony. I do own a 556, but I'm a 762 guy. I like 762. Bigger boom for win. Okay. Yeah, you're good, Wendy. No video. Never happened. I got railed in Plane of Hate. 8-6 Blackout. Check it out. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. M16s. Guild invite. Yeah, but 762, big, boom, pow, through things. You had a meeting for work? Lame. Guns are my wheelhouse. Yeah, nice. Fort Leonard Wood. You guys can't see it because I haven't had my camera in a little while, but I do have all of my family was in the military except for me. I'm the freak on the leash. I did not join the military, but I did become a parole officer. So it's like, no, it's not even close to the same thing. How was your meeting, Hyde? I'm a nude. How to pick zone. Damon, this is how you pick zone, baby. You type zone shard. That's how you do it. That's how you pick. You type zone shard and it'll show a huge list and then you click on the one you want to go to. And we're in 15. Oh man, Hyde. So it was one of those worthless ones. You ever come through Kentucky? I'll get the Barrett out for you. Ooh, so we can pull the trigger for $8. Isn't Barrett like $8 or $15 to shoot? Right in front of you. Uh-oh. That's one thing I loved. So ammo got really expensive at one point. I mean, it goes up and down. Like it's all, whatever. But basically, for my rifle, it became it was like 80 cents a trigger pull. And my wife's brother, we went out to the woods and we were shooting, and he's like, "Row, row, 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 row." And I was like, "Cool, man, that'll be $30." And he was like, "What the hell?" Les Magnus raided with 18 viewers. What's up, Magnus? How you doing, baby? How's your raid? Welcome, 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 raiders. We're doing guild invites right now to our little Broken Ones guild, which is a little community guild. We're hoping to get all kinds of fun people who are interested in building a community and having fun. Very, very, very community oriented. We want to have a community where we're helping each other, go through progression, kill bosses, grouping up together, get maybe even getting some groups like static groups together for some of the new solo self-found hardcore stuff. What were you doing for your stream, baby? How are you doing? Getting ready for the Q&A. Ooh, it is very close, isn't it? Within 2 hours. What's the best druid build you think most feasible fun with a druid? Oh, there's a ton, dude. There's a ton. There's so many. Druid really fits into a lot of builds really well. Static groups for solo self-found. So Ogre, you can actually do like self-found, not the solo portion. And you can actually group with a group of people and you guys can like get XP and you can do stuff with a static group. But if you do solo self-found, then whatever you kill, whatever you loot, whatever you do has to be all you. So they did add a mechanic which would allow you to like basically run a static and you can't get loot any other way. So Druid is like soy sauce, goes with everything. Ooh, it's like salt. I was thinking maybe Druid Necrobard. Druid Necrobard could go really well. Druid Necrobard, Druid Enchanter goes really well together. Druid Shaman goes well. Druid Necro goes really well. Druid Wizard goes really well. Druid really just kind of fits in everything. It is such a dynamic class that it actually adds something to every single combination. So love my mage Druid Bard. Actually, speaking of that, we should go buy some spells real quick. Where are the invites going? Vikang, I can run back. We can get you. We're in Bazaar 15, my friend. Yeah, Bazaar 15. Also, anyone in the guild can do guild invites, and I don't care who joins, but if you're the one rule we have, okay? Well, actually, there's 2 rules. Rule number 1, don't be a dick. Don't be a dick to anyone, okay? Just be chill. Just be like a good person. And always pay it forward. You know what I'm saying? If somebody helps you out with something, if somebody gives you an item, if somebody helps you kill a progression boss, if somebody helps you do something, try to do something the same when someone else needs it. Try to be there for someone else. Try to provide, try to help improve, try to be a better human being. Just try to improve and you know, try to help the community, try to help build. Yeah, Druid Epic is massive. So those are the 2 things. And I do have like there's a lot of other things that I have in the world too, where we are insta decline. Okay. You might have guild invites off. Whoever Kaylee belongs to, you might have guild invites off. Gale. So if you need like a key, like you need a Saru key or you need an Emp key or anything like that, like I do have those. I have those available. So if you need one, I can give you one. If you need help with progression and things, put it in guild chat, put it in the Discord, and we can get you some help with different fights. Maybe you just want to see the Zeb fight and you haven't seen it before. Maybe you just want to see Plane of Time and you haven't done it before. You don't feel confident in doing it alone. There's a lot of different options, and we're here to try and help and try and work together. Ah, there we go. So Broken, how are you feeling this SK Druid? No, it feels good right now, but I'm still very early on. You know, it really hasn't come into itself yet. It feels fine. It feels great. The extra dots that I'm getting from being actually, so I haven't really realized Mortal Coil yet. Mortal Coil is going to be really, really good. Does Druid Necro SK play with sword and shield? So it could. I think I'm going to do it with a two-hander just because I think it's going to be fun. I'll still get the Druid Epic so I can click it from my inventory, but I do think I'm going to use a two-hander just because I want to use a two-hander. Is there not much overlap? There's a ton of overlap. So the Shadow Knight and the Necro have a ton of spell overlap, which isn't necessarily bad, but something that's cool that we didn't really think about is that because Kata made it so that the SKs have their own pets, I get both. I have Leering Corpse and I have Shadow Knight Leering Corpse. I'm going to have Bone Walk and I'm going to have Shadow Knight Bone Walk. Hell yeah, Zeg. Hell yeah, baby. What shard am I in? I'm in shard 15. Shard 15. Payback for all the beatings 25 years ago. Got Kazakh turned into a minion. Use him to kill Dracolich. Hell yeah. SK Nick Drew is going to be my solo self-found character when that mode is released. So it's funny you say that, Perlin. That's what I was actually going to do initially, but we ended up not doing that. We decided we were going to do a little solo self-found, a little pre-solo self-found. There we go. All right. Oh, we got more. Jeez, I'm crow. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. This is a good problem to have. So many people. So many people for the guild. Look at all these people. Look at all these people right here. Let's see how many we got online. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Look at this. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that list. Look at that list of people. Look at them all. Look at all these people online. There's a lot of people. Let's see what we got here. Kind of weird. Why is it? I'm telling it to go by level and it's all over the place. How does Druid, Necro, Enchanter play? So Druid, Necro, Enchanter plays like dots. All the dots. So many dots. Yeah, no problem, Z Blunt. Welcome, dude. I'm glad you joined. So Druid, Necro, Enchanter, you get the epic. You get a lot. You get 3 epics, which I recommend doing all 3 for that class combo. Enchanter has dots, IOG, pet, doppels, all that fun stuff. I would worry about tanking with that combo. Charm a pet and let the pet tank. Throw reptile on your enchanted pet and make it tank, and it's absolutely busted. What about Rogue SK Wizard? Yeah, that could be really good, Nick. Neck Drew Enchanter was my starting combo. Then I dropped Enchanter for Shaman when they adjusted doppels. Yeah. I don't know, like I haven't played a whole lot of doppels since they changed them most recently. But to me, they feel pretty good. Last question. Druid, Necro, Bard better? Druid, Necro, Bard. I think the Druid, Necro, Enchanter has more synergy. But that's just my opinion. Soulwell, Cascaded Decay, going to have a lot of incoming healing. Yeah. Yup. Yep. All right. Are we good? We good? Good. Good. All right, we're going to go buy some spells real quick. Real quick, we're going to go buy a couple spells. Ooh, we can put this one in the other... What do we got? Shadow Knight. There we go. Decided to go Necro SK Shaman. Everyone gets a dot. You get a dot. You get a dot. You get 2. Ooh, Dan. That's I like that. I like the way your brain thinks. I like the way you wiggle inside there. Very nice. It's very good. It's very good thinking with your noodle. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna sell that. I want the money. Okay. What level are we now? We are level 16. Okay. Well, geez, we've got a lot of spells to buy. Hot Flutter. Nice. Ooh, we're starting to get into some fun dots. Some fun dots. Cancel Magic. Infectious Cloud. Really strong. Really, really strong. Feign Death. Very nice. Hungry Earth. Also nice. Shielding. Good, 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 good. Let's see here. That's my new tune. It's really good. Decided to play my level 4 Cleric Warrior Rogue, I think Saturday, 56 with 11. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Nice. Are they skipping Eldon? Keep hearing people talk about yeah. So J.R. Curtis, pickle my boy Milo. What's up, baby? So there will be no Eldon. They have pretty much unequivocally said there will be no Eldon. They are coming up with their own little flavor, and they're calling it Dungeon Finder. That name could change. I don't think there's like really any type of selling point attached to that name, but they're creating something that right now they're calling it Dungeon Finder. It does have some dungeon findy. Basically, when you think of WoW mythic dungeons, okay? So think of current dungeons like Lower Guk and Soul B, Soul A, and Unrest, and like all these other dungeons. Think of those dungeons reimagined into a WoW mythic. And that's basically the direction things are headed in. I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be, it looks really cool. It sounds really cool. I have not personally tested any of it. Matter of fact, I'm purposefully avoiding it. Don't tell them I'm a tester. I should probably not be avoiding it, but I'm purposefully avoiding it. It's really cool. It sounds really cool hearing them talk about it. Sounds like Fable is on its way. So, to the best of my knowledge, per 3 Q&A ago, we will not see Fable for a while. Boyd did a video on how to do pop. Dude, have you really seen how many pets you end up with SK Necro Druid? I have like 30 pets. Hell yes. Excellent. That's what I want to hear. Oh, wait. We need to buy the Druid stuff still. Hey there. Hello. Hello there. All right. What do you think the best Paladin Druid combo would be? Paladin Druid. The best, like the absolute most bajonkers best, is going to be Monk. The super fun, cool, kind of like neat idea would be you could do Cleric. You could do You could do... All right, hang on. Let me think this through. You could do Ranger, too. So you could do Cleric. You could do Ranger. Druid. Paladin. You could do Necro. You could do Shaman. Zerker. You could do Zerker. Zerker's kind of meta-y, but I think Monk is probably the best. Bard. Yep, you could do Bard. Bard would be really good. I mean, you could do technically any of the 15 classes, right? Or any 14 classes that you haven't already picked. But like flavorful, like things with synergy. Yeah. Yeah, Paldrew Wiz. So real talk, I think that's not a bad idea. Or Paladin Enchanter Druid. All right. Are we good? We got 16. Oh, we need to cast buffs. We've got new buffs. Skin like rock, of course. Of course. My God. We also have shielding. Yes. Paladin Druid Monk sounds like a good way to get off the ground solo self-found until you swap Druid out for Warrior or Zerker later. Yeah, I don't know. It all depends on how it's going to go, Gribbles. I don't know. There's a lot of different directions things could go in the long run. And we don't know exactly how some of that stuff's going to look, you know? I don't want to try and like predict adjustments, but I would say that it's very likely that certain adjustments will be coming. And so this is one of the reasons earlier I was saying it's really not a great idea to chase the meta, especially in a server that has devs working as fast and as hard as these ones do, because it's very likely that your meta build is going to change in a week. So Paladin and Druid are supported by actually quite a few things. Paladin is massively supported by Monk, believe it or not. It's also supported by Warrior. Druid can be supported by a lot of things as well. Flavor of the week. Yeah, it's kind of like that's what it is, you know? I'm going to do a video. I might record a video tonight, actually. Just kind of like very candid on that issue, because I do feel like it's become like a really crazy kind of weird thing. Not that like people are like chasing the meta, but like, because I think people are chasing a meta. It's just, I think that people need to tailor their expectations a little bit, because this isn't like a normal live service game or a live service server where you're like, they add a patch. And because they added that patch, guess what, guys? You're not going to see any adjustments. You're not going to see anything for like a couple months. No, you get a patch. And then a couple days later, you could get another patch. And then a couple days later, you could get another patch. And those things may or may not include balances. So it's like you have to approach it a little differently. And if you're going to decide to chase the meta, then I think to some extent you need to realize that there are some things that will require your attention and thoughtfulness about the meta. Yeah, it's really Monk that's supporting the Paladin. Paladin gets you the Hopebringer and all of the heals and the cures and stuff, and Monk gives Paladin 100 hands and Imitate Death. So they're codependent, really. Have died twice now to Carafim, sub 7%. He summons a boatload of ads, stop taking damage. So the Ducky, when he gets to 25%, you have 60 seconds to kill him. Otherwise, he spawns those ads. So if you save your burns to the last 25%, maybe you can kill him in that 60 seconds. Does Paladin, Druid, Monk use Hopebringer? If Paladin is in your build, then Hopebringer and Shield should be in your build. If you're looking to be the best you possibly can be, if you're playing a Paladin, then having a Hopebringer and a Shield should be a part of your build. You don't have to play it that way. You could use a two-hander. Hell, you could use a staff. But the best possible option is Hopebringer and a Shield. Can you explain? Yeah, I can explain that. So the way 100 Fists work is it gives you a 50% delay reduction on your weapon. So the fact that this is 33, right? It would have that number when it procs. You proc by kicking and punching. And when it procs, your character turns red. He gets like a red little glow on him and he gets a little buff. And when that happens, it reduces your delay by half. Yeah. The ratio on Hopebringer is just too goddamn good. Cudgel's not bad at all. But I think Hopebringer's better. Matter of fact, we can look at it. We're in Bazaar. We're doing all kinds of educational stuff. I don't mind either. I don't mind these questions. I know that maybe not everybody's like super excited me standing around looking at this stuff, but all right, let's look at the legendary version. Okay, so Hopebringer. And then let's look at Cudgel of Venomous. All right. Okay. All right. So this has +8 heroic strength. So right out the gate, 8% bonus damage. Okay. Bonus melee damage, 8%. So this has a better ratio, 90, right? 32. Oh, actually, this has a better ratio because of the 25. That's interesting. But at the same time, okay, 8% bonus damage right out the gate. 8%. Boom. 8%. Have your 8%. This does not have that. Just doesn't have it. Simp Healing, Stim Strike. You can get it elsewhere too. These are both really good. Great. Wonderful. Light of Mar is a heal. Dark Siphon is a life tap. Both really good. This can be resisted. This can't be resisted. This is affected by healing. This is affected by spell damage. It does have 50 spell damage, which is actually really nice. But this also has +40 healing and +20 spell damage. This also has strike through, which is really nice. Fists of Fury. What procs it? Hand to hand and strikes. Strikes and kicks. I have a great name reserved for Palace K combo, but I don't know what to add as the last. I mean, think of what you want. Coral Hilted Mace. Kelp Hilted Mace, you mean? Broken, I really appreciate you taking the time to do education. I think it's pretty awesome. Nice. Well, I'm glad you like it. Personally, more insight into how these things work is tremendously helpful because there is so much that doesn't work or does work like you think it would. I thought 100 Hands was 5% version 3 overhaste. Yeah, it's not. Well, Light of Mars, 1 damage is affected by spell damage. Procs for 600 for me. Hopebringer, vendors for like 2 more plat. No contest. Good point. Good point. It is almost exactly 2 more plat, too. It's like it was meant to be. Yeah, heroic strength right now is the chase stat. There is no stat pound for pound that is better than heroic strength. And some smart aleck is going to be like, well, what my ranger really wants heroic dex. Yes, A ranger wants heroic dex, but in literally every other build, heroic strength is the stat. 1% damage increase for 1 heroic strength is insanely powerful. Insanely powerful. And that's why, like, there are people out there right now that are auto attacking for 15k DPS. I don't even know if casters want it, man. You could melee with heroic strength. Frick that. You could cast and you could melee. Matter of fact, go get yourself a coral hilted, or not coral, I'm sorry. Go get yourself a kelp hilted mace and melee with that bitch. 120 base damage. Go get heroic strength. Melee. Wizard. I'm wizarding stuff. Get it. Do you think it needs being nerfed with it being so strong? Do I think it needs to be nerfed? It's really tough. It's really tough. If I'm being frank, if it were up to me, it's not. I would make my adjustments right before Gates of Discord comes out, or with Gates of Discord. I do think it's strong. I do think it's too strong. That being said, I do also feel like all of the animals are kind of outside the barn at this point. If it was me personally, I would probably adjust it, but the damage is kind of done right now. Like it's already out. It's already in the community. I personally would go through and adjust it when Gates of Discord comes out, because if that damage is allowed to continue into Gates of Discord, it is very likely that it will trivialize or completely destroy and crush Gates of Discord entirely. If that is allowed to happen, then the game loop ends before it even started. And then that content becomes boring before you even like really engaged in it. So that's my feeling on it. I know I play differently than a lot of people, and that my preferences might not be shared by everybody, but that's my personal opinion on it. Yeah, it needs to be tuned down. Pal Necro Wiz is kind of nutty. Someone should ask if heroic strength is getting adjusted. Someone should ask if heroic strength is getting adjusted. They should ask tonight for sure. Remember, solo self-bound people, Draco Lich drops a 50 plus 13 heroic strength ring. Wink, wink. I believe other heroic stats just need their own additive to it. Did you want some help with Sleeper? There you go. Kata is heroic strength getting adjusted. Yogurt Dragon coming in. Heroic strength feels good, mainly due to not stacking heroic dex for procs and procs. Z-Blunt, I'm going to try again. I could see heroic strength being 0.75 per 1 heroic strength instead of 1-to-1. Oh, Bobby Flay. What an interesting idea or concept. I have good gear, just need to manage my cooldowns. Hell yeah. I was guessing heroic strength would be put to 0.5 instead of 1%. Interesting point, Harambe. I was thinking something similar, but 8% or 0.8%. Yeah, do burnout, elementals, row, whatever, at 25%. There's a lot of strong things. Been nice having melee having its heyday, but perhaps it's slightly overtuned. Does the quality of an item, Enchanted Legio, affect the proc of a weapon? It does. Let me show you how. So if we were to have a lower tier of this, you see this proc rate modifier? Typically leveling an item up will adjust the proc rate modifier on the item. So like the amount of times or the frequency in which you're proccing will be increased. I ask that in context of wanting all builds to be a little overpowered once achieved, but something so strong that it trivializes everything because one stat kind of kills it all. Yeah. I think if it were up to me, it would be 5-to-1, not 1-to-1. I also think Cascade of Decay should scale based on level. Hey, stop throwing rocks at me. Yeah, Cascade of Decay is a hard one too. It's not really what I wanted from Necromancers, but it's good. It's not bad. It's just not really what I wanted from Necromancers. He also apparently drops a plus $70 resist shoulder. Yeah, good luck getting that day. That's a rumor. That doesn't actually exist. That shawl isn't real. Good evening. How are you doing? Dawn Rex, I am doing well. How are you? Have we ever been told what a 70 proc rate translates to? Is that 7%? I'm sure it's listed somewhere. In fact, it might even be on the wiki, Erasmus. The heroic strength was kinda made SK the redheaded stepchild of tanks right now. So, Wendy, you might think that, but shield spec is definitely pushing numbers high, but I've seen some two-hander builds that have been competitive. So, just something to keep in mind. There are some other skills that are creating those like wildly high parses that we're seeing and hearing about, like the 100K plus. Like there are other skills that are making those things happen. Did I hit myself with this? I don't remember if I casted this or not. Oh, apparently I did. Someone should ask when all other proc rates will be changed to not Hammer of Holy Vengeance. You know, someone commented on one of my videos that Hopebringer used to be a better proc ratio than 70, or it used to be 70 or something like that, and they nerfed it, and that it's an absolute trash weapon now. And I had to laugh. I didn't respond to it because I was, you know, clearly the dude just wanted to vent, which is okay, whatever. But it's like, bro. It's literally like one of, if not the best weapon in the game right now. SK raises pets that fear named bombs. Listen, Harambe, you're trolling a little bit there, but honestly, that's ridiculously powerful. Cascade of Decay feels wasted on Necro since it primarily synergizes well with Mage. It's just hard to work with Melee when there are priest class options like Druid. Yeah, I mean, Druid kind of has gotten a little it's definitely outshines and outpowers a lot of other things. I feel like Shaman too. So Shaman is really good, but in order to get some of what Shaman does, like the whole leopard thing on Emperor, I think is not good. I don't think that it's way too rare of a drop. Like it's unbelievably rare of a drop. And then in addition to it being a really, really rare drop, it's kind of underwhelming too. Like the DPS you're getting out of it isn't great. It's a hard thing to tune though. It's not just as simple as like, here you go. Like, here's all these things. You know, it has to be balanced and it has to be taken in consideration with all the other options that you can combine it with. So it's like, it feels underwhelming with this class combo, but it might be freaking stupid busted with this other class combo, you know? It's a hard thing to balance, especially when you're talking about 560 class combinations. My heroic strength character gets 75k DPS while my nuker's daughters gets 25k under best conditions. Prolin, what's your nukers? Because I've seen some pretty insane caster DPS parses. Some pretty insane caster DPS parses. Like I've seen some absolutely nutty ones. Just uses killed Keston. As minions were fearing VT bosses. Whoa. Is the Q&A on with Broken tonight or VV? Candy, it's on with me, baby. Got Leopard today. Grats, dude. Awesome. Monk Bard Necro benefits from new Cascade, but I have my Warrior Necro Shaman benefits massively from Cascade. I abuse the shit out of Cascade. I love it. I love Cascade. It's just not what I expected. Like it's different than what I was expecting out of it. It's not bad. It's not the damage that I was expecting to see. It's just more, it's more survivability, which is, you know, it is what it is. Here. Necropotence is OP. I had like 15 to 20 active pets following me around playing yeah. Dude, Cordav is like one of the most fun fights ever for my Necro now. Because I pull in all those ads that are all around Cornav and I turn them into babies. And they fight for me. They fight for Narnia. What's your hero charisma? Ducky, you been checking out your hero charisma and the mob itself on THDI. Repost, looking at class combos that could work. What about SK Paladin Monk? Yeah. I mean, SK Paladin Monk would be really good. Especially if you did a shield. Ooh, braces. We like braces. I think it'd be really good. Sorry, Death Star. I must have missed that. I apologize. I took my daughter to Zeb, easily landed on Zeb, but couldn't land any dots on any of the ads. Yeah, the ads are actually very high level, and they actually have very tweaked stats. But you can do things like if you, for instance, one of the really strong things about Shaman is double Mallow. Insanely strong. Is you can double Mallow. And then I personally really enjoy bringing along pets with Ragebringers on them. And the reason being that I enjoy that is because the poison debuff that you get from Ragebringer, and then also the poison damage buff that you get from Ragebringer. So it's a little bit of everything, you know? Little bit of everything. Ooh, fine steel hammer. Nice. Nice. We should put this in our slot. Boop. How do you figure out how much DPS you're doing? Starbuck Veld, there is, if you use the launcher for the game, there's actually a parser built in, and you can use that parser to determine how much you're doing. Yeah, Don Rexu, I gave up the dot damage for now. It's just utility at this point. If you're primarily a caster after, say, spell damage, hero charisma is primary stat, so you can land spells. Yep. Yep. It's true. It's true. Hero charisma really strong. Also, knowing the fight is also very important. Something that a lot of people don't know, especially because they didn't play Wizards growing up, is that almost every fight has like a mechanism so that Wizard can do damage to it. You just have to use the right nuke combinations. And then if you're using Wizard, for instance, using things like Cryo and Pyro to lower resists is also helpful and really nice. You might be able to land some of those alternative spells if you utilize them correctly. Nerd Navigator, is it 3 or 5 per 1%? I think it's 1 for 1. Are you talking about heroic charisma? Isn't it 1 for 1? Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's 1 for 1. Basically for my mage pet bag, I put warrior bis or close to it for armor and attack. Chanter gets his mostly DPS, beast lord, blah, 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 blah. Good. Nice. 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 Ooh, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1 hour and 15 minutes from the Q&A. Hot. Amarillo. I don't know. Do we have anybody that's been to Amarillo or lives in Amarillo? Do you know what food? If you were in Dallas, I could tell you some places, but you know. Also, holy shit, Kata, you travel a lot. Been there. What style food you looking for? Ooh, hot. If you are meleeing with that beast side too, heroic strength is good also, but need heroic charisma to land anything. Yeah. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't really play a lot of beast lords. I probably should make a beast lord build just so I can fiddle with it. I don't want to speak to that one per se because I don't, like I said, I don't really engage with Beast Lord a whole lot. I have a pet build. I've messed around with pet builds, but it's not really my shtick, if you will. I actually am going to be making a video for pet builds. I actually did 2 videos last night. And I'm hoping to get a third done by the weekend, which is going to have 3 build guides. I'm going to have 3 build guides and a leveling guide and a sort of tips and tricks guide. And it's all almost done. So it's not even a matter of doing it. It's just I want to get it all done. And then I'm going to drop it. Ding, 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 ding. I have a schedule, like a release schedule that I want to do. Cranium, thank you so much for your sub, buddy. Thank you very much. Kata, so we've been told in the past not to ask about those class metrics. Basically, they don't want to give the class metrics because, or that Aporia was saying that he doesn't want to give the class metrics because he's worried that it'll influence people to play one way or the other way. So ask before Aporia is here. Quick! Oh, okay, then don't. Yeah. Do you have a favorite pure melee build? I'm a warrior guy myself. Like the warrior is my thing, and then followed by SK. That being said, let's see. So I probably know the least about Beast Lord. And then all the other melee classes I played a ton of. Rogues, monks, berserkers, everything. Really, really Beast Lords are the only thing that I haven't played a whole hell of a lot of. This is why dads are cool. Just because it's popular. So, Prolin, you know that. I know that. But the player base, what they might do with that information is not really like, it can influence things, I guess is the best way to put it. And so you want to be careful about like that data. I think that that's where that comes from. I could be wrong. I just know that in a couple of the Q&As that question came up, and we were told basically that it's not really, they don't really want to share that type of data. They did say that they would share some of the other types of data though. Warmonk Burr is nuts until Curse Slow and then Sad Boy. Well, so you can get around that by using the fungi potion from the Circle of Fire event. I would love a stats data dump. They did it initially, and so they actually, when the server first came out, they gave me a list of who, like the most commonly played combinations. And that's where that video came from. And since then, they haven't really touched a whole lot. I don't know if that's my fault. It might be my fault. I don't know. Stats I want to know. Can we get a parser on how many pearl necklaces have gone to Variety Void's parcel? How do we figure that out? Also player housing when? Dude, that's going to be my thing tonight. Look at the little dudes. 6 figures, possibly 7. Answer, not enough. Needs more. Needs more. Must construct additional pearl necklace. This guy definitely has like a mana issue. I can only cast like one line of dots before I'm out of mana. I like statistics. I wish it was okay to share because individual classes data doesn't exactly highlight. So yes, nerd, you and I know that, but that's not like there's a content creator. I'm not going to say any names, and you guys shouldn't say any names either. Be respectful. There's a content creator that really does a lot of like he pulls up he parses some of the data. And then he comes up with these really bizarre, like what he does with that data is really, really. That's you? Is that you? Well, hi. How you doing? What some of the takes, like if you parse that data, some of the takes, I just feel like, oh man, I don't know. I just feel like there's not enough information to come to some of the conclusions that are made there. And some of them I know to be wrong. I can't say out loud that I know that they're wrong, but some of them I'm like, how I don't know how you get some of those places. I can't back that up with a straight face. All right, fair. My bad. Quick, everybody, throw rocks. Ooh, nice. Quick. Last content I made was a year ago and I fell asleep during the stream. Holy cow, Satanicus. You know, you're not the only one. I saw two people on the stream team fall asleep during their stream. I saw Tulab. Tulab was like, and he started falling asleep. He was working like really hard there for a while too. And then after Tulab fell asleep, I saw who the fuck? Shit. There was somebody else on the stream team. And it was, again, you know, they worked all day, like literally all day. And then they got to a place where like they probably should have gone to bed, but they didn't. And they're just falling apart. Broken initiate of symbol of Tunair is awesome. Yes, true. Man, we need to go all the way down. Yeah, Valor. Yeah. There's some activities in EQ where you should not operate heavy equipment too. Yeah. Ooh. It's a thick-boned skeleton and a fingered skeleton. Oh my god, I need Burn Eye Illusion Mask. I forgot how adorable they are. Yeah, look at them. They have these are updated graphics on them. Working full time on a ladder and then trying to get home. Yeah, that's basically what Valor was doing. Bro Annie fell asleep. Did he? I didn't catch that one. That's crazy though. Ooh, fine steel. Ooh, piece of candy. Oh, we got a crackling bones too. Hell yeah, boy. Fingered skeleton. That sounds bony. Is it bony or does that sound really nice? My tinfoil hat theory is Bro Annie takes a nap every time he takes a break. No, that boy is definitely smoking a cigarette. He went to go smoke a cigarette the other day and I almost teased him for it. I was almost like, bro, come on. You're addicted. You're addicted, bro. Finger skeleton feels used. Every time I want to raid him, I see a be right back stream. You know what's funny about that, nerd? Same. Freaking same. There's a couple people that I run into that with too. I'm like, oh, I'm going to raid that. That's a be right back screen. Mulligan, what's going on, baby? Sadly, Bro Annie, I love those breaks. Or be right back. Yeah. I love Bro Annie. I love his stream. It's really good. It was more like he went to smoke a cigarette and went to lie down on his bed because his back was sore and passed out. Uh-oh. Froglock egg capsules. You're beginning to despise them. Oh, shit. Watch your health, noob. No, live. 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 There we go. Hell yeah. Keep living. Don't want to use Spirit of Wood. I'm stubborn like mule. Live. Oh, God. Oh, God. I think we're going to live. I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Welcome to Classic TAJ. All egg farm all the time. Ooh, baby. Can't wait to wipe in Kern's Tower Dungeon Finder. Oh, my God. Yeah, right. Dude, I'm really looking forward to that. Actually, can we talk about some of the cool things that are coming that are like just absolutely awesome? So in the mix of things, right? We have the Dungeon Finder. We have solo self-found, right? We have Dungeon Finder solo self-found. Gates of Discord's coming. We have a July 4th event, which God only knows what the hell's going to happen. I hope that I can get like 19 bajillion fireworks and I'm going to shoot them bitches off all at once in the bazaar. That's what I'm going to do. Maybe we have a fun little club. What goal for heroic strength the most? Yeah. You build as much heroic strength as you possibly can. I want like we have like a club of people, everybody in the guild. We all go to one zone. Okay. Maybe we should pick a zone where there's nobody else in it. And we go to that zone and we have like 100 fireworks apiece and we just fire off all our fireworks at once. 249. That's not over 300. Fireworks over Lake Wrath would be pretty. Oh my God, dude. What if we did that? What if we did that? Like I had a 4th of July fireworks show. And hear me out. Hear me out. I hear you saying Lake Wrath, but what if we did Freeport? Like everybody goes and hangs out on the Freeport docks. And we shot off fireworks. I'll kill all the guards. Fuck them. That could be a lot of fun. We might do something like that. We might do a little like 4th of July community event. That could be a lot of fun. I heard that raid actually went really well. I didn't even see that there was a raid until the day of. Nobody told me. Nobody mentioned anything. This is just PoE builds now. Strength stacking, deck stacking, int stacking. I mean, this server has been compared to ARPGs in the past. Find me under the docks with a bottle. Hell yeah, Ogre. Get her done, baby. Wouldn't you need to kill the guards every 10 minutes here? Yes. Or hear me out, Chadwick. I just set a character up, right? I have people who want to support what we're doing, and they stand on either side of the. Well, actually, we could technically just block off the docks, and then if any NPCs came that way, we just dunk them. Damn it! I was typing, Stoic. My bad. My bad, Driznar. My bad. I take back everything I said. Read what Driznar said. I'm leveling the Zerg version as we speak. Kill the odd mo for me. I mean, could ask devs to perma kill the guards for a time frame. So when I was doing pictures for the campfire event with Jeff Butler and Ozuri and friends, that's actually, I had Drake follow me around. Actually, it wasn't Drake. It was somebody else. I don't even think they're on the team anymore, come to think of it. But he followed me around and he killed all the stuff for me so I could get the perfect photographs of things. It was a good time. Do you guys think they'll nerf heroic strength melee bonus? I'm having night sweats in fear. Bunghole, I think that it's likely. I don't think it'll be like I don't think it's going to be like, here's Oblivion, like get in the hole. This is Sparta. I don't think it's going to be anything like that, but I do think it probably needs to be adjusted. How are they doing? They're doing pretty good. I talk to Jeff about every day. I talked to Zach. Actually, I haven't talked to Zach in a little while, but I talk to Jeff like every day. Yeah. Can we get Twisted Trickster? Can we like player housing? Come on. Player housing. Player housing. Papa needs his player housing. Okay. Everybody tonight. Kraken Hunter, what's going on? What level is that little druid bear? 55, I think. Haven't seen Zach stream in a while either. Got a couple days into dev on his server. And Chinchilla, he got a new job. I've been talking to him too. Not like super recently, but he got a new job. Do you know if they need another programmer? So Jenna, here's how that whole thing works. And I'm just kind of regurgitating what they've said when other people have asked. And that's that if you see something on the server that you think you can produce, do a push request, which honestly means nothing to me because I have no idea what a fucking push request is. But do a push request to fix something or add something meaningful to the server that basically lets them know you know what you're doing. And then by doing so, they may have a place or they may have something that they can do, or like they may have some type of thing that they could put you on or have you work on or something to that extent. But you know, it's way too easy for too many people to like walk in the door and be like, I want to help. And then they like sign up to do something and then they just vanish, you know? So basically their threshold for that has been, you know, we want to see somebody actually provide us with some work and see what's what. Food facehole planning. Ooh, hot. Just different TGG, both are viable. As a mini Indomitable, swapped Paladin, Soul, SK, just wondering if Burr or Warrior is better. I think overall Berserker and Warrior are better right now because of the scaling, but you know, if it gets adjusted, that might not be. Oh, is it a pull request? I thought it was a push. Wait, are you trolling me? I feel trolled. Logan, you have favorite EQ streamers in your guild. There you go. Driznar, Kraken Hunter. Yep, level 55 spell with the symbol. It's 61 though. If Trio has Mage, Neck Beast. You push a code change and submit a pull request. Makes perfect sense to non-coders. Yeah, I don't. You just broke my brain, bro. It's literally drilling out of the side of my head. I'll rip my Teak bros. TTG. There's still some Pyra still plays over there, actually. Big Or still plays over there. There's some other people too, but Broken Stoic barely puts up with me. Listen, I love you. You're my dog. Nar. GitHub. Pull requests, collaborating with pull requests, proposing changes. There you go. Awesome. Thank you. That's awesome. Here, let me also post that so that the guys over on YouTube can see that too. So there you go, Jenna. I'm not like, I'm like really not. Oh, damn. Solus Icy Wand. Yes, please. I am not smart in the way of programming. Not even a little bit. So, you know. Just confirming, Kess has been streaming EQ for years and years and used to be an Eve kid. Kess Englewood? Yeah. He's a really good dude. He's funny. He's funny, people. I have a pull request. Pull my finger. Request denied. Ooh, lesser charbone. We're almost level 20, and then I think we're going to move on. I feel like we've already outdone our stay here. Soft beard. Raph, you are posing questions that I don't know if you want asked. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Giggity. Giggity. I haven't even looked at the code for EQ, but since I do it every day, all day, I just never took the time, honestly. That makes sense. Yeah, I get my team is literally down, just me, custom programming. You can't know if someone is going to work. Jenna, what do you work on? Like, what kind of things do you work on? I'm just curious about your person now. No, he used to play Eve too. Well, listen, when you say things like he gives the best hugs and he has a soft beard, I feel like people are going to interpret that in ways that may or may not be aligned with intention. Did I say that in the most PC political way possible? Did I do good? Did I do good? I should be looting all of this. I don't have any money. But it's not for once questionable. Oh, well, I mean, okay. I trust you. I'm just, you know. Chat. War int caster X. I'm stumped. War int caster X. I'm stumped, but not necro or shaman. Int caster X. Warrior enchanter. Didn't even ask me. Specified chat even. Warrior enchanter. Warrior enchanter. Ranger. Warrior enchanter ranger. Or warrior enchanter beast lord. Oh, hey there. It's an undead gesture. Hey, what do you have there? What do you have there in your hand? War Enchanter DRU. That could be a fun one. War Mag Shaman. He said no shamans. He also said chat only. Awkward. Ooh, fine steel two-handed sword. Hollow skull. Besides, she said beard, not mustache. I don't. My wife watches shows that have made me question the meaning of beard. So you can blame her for me having weird opinions of what that even means. Yeah, it's your fault. I blame you. Guys, it's Stoic Wife. Look, she's right there. She's real. Do you blame your poor wife for everything? No, just most things. When it comes to television, yes, I blame her. 10 out of 10. She definitely watches some choice television shows. Ooh, legendary. Very nice. And a skeleton fist. I didn't hear the first part. Yeah. No, I totally said that I learned that there is another meaning to the word beard. I had no idea that there was another meaning to the word beard. So even me, I can be educated on weird things. And that's why my wife and I are perfect together. You are welcome. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Get him a rubber duck. It's all he deserves. Fuck me. Wife, nerd stole my rubber duck in repo. Straight up rude. Just thiefed that thing and ran with it. It made me cry. I was sad for days without my rubber duck. All right. I feel like we're, oh no, this is just leveling so slow. To be fair, you threw it on the ground. To be fair, I didn't know I was throwing it on the ground. I just pressed E like it told me to. And when I pressed E, it threw it on the ground. Because it's not my dad, it's a cell phone. So I threw it on the ground. Okay? Sounds great. Good job, nerd. Wow. Wow. Mulligan, you should play Repo with us sometime. I'm sure that would be a riot. We would never get anything done ever. It would be the end of doing anything meaningful in Repo. Like right there. That would just be the end. All right, we're going to go somewhere else. I'm constructive. Listen, it already gets very, very trolly. It already gets insanely trolly. All right, we do have to start making some moves here. Man, we have a lot of questions that we're going to have for the Q&A. I know there's been people like all day posting stuff in the Q&A question channel. Repo, that's still happening Saturday night, right? I believe so, but there may be some changes in some of the things that are happening. Valik, Des Shane, what's going on, baby? I'm doing well. Pickle's doing well. He's the McPickle. The McPickler. The great pickler. Just because I own and run an Irish pub and think about burning it to the ground too. Dude, don't say that in stream. If it ever happens, they have evidence. Don't say those things. All right, let's see here. We want to keep that. Kind of want to keep that two-hander too. Thoughts do not count as evidence. No, but you literally said, so they can use that as probable cause to get a warrant against you. Ready? You guys ready to learn some legal stuff? Yeah. When you talk about it like that, you provide them with probable cause to look into you more. Then they can get a warrant, and then they can prove whatever the hell they want. Because they'll be like, he's angry. He's angy boy. All right, let's I want to put this weapon. I actually want to put the two-hander in this one. And then I want to save that. We can put one of these in here. We can put this in here. Oh, we could run the that's enchanted. Pull those. Let's put this in here. Like that. How's that? Yeah, pets with weapons. And we'll sell these. Legal stuff. If they want to arrest you, they will. I mean, if you hand it to them, yeah, they'll definitely do it, and they'll do it very easily. When they say to you, hey, listen, don't answer a question, it's a really good idea not to answer questions. When he spoke, his speech slurred. I felt inclined. All right. Shield of Barbs, nice. Barb coat, even nicer. Ring of Commons, Ring of Toxula. Tiny Companion. Superior Camouflage. Feral Spirit. Lesser Succor. Ring of Grimling. Healing. Ooh. Ender Poison. Protection of the Rock. Ring of Nexus. Excellent. It's killing me watching you not use control. Oh, I'm sorry, Weekend Whale. I usually, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. I did it earlier. I didn't even think about doing it right there. My brain is actually thinking about the Q&A. So I apologize. For the recent crashes, I updated my NVIDIA drivers, then restarted my computer, and the crashing stopped. Dano, I wish I had an NVIDIA card that I could do that. I have an AMD card. I get tons of crashes, either swapping characters or zoning. A bunch. All of the crashes. Here. Does this make you feel better? Weekend Whale. Boop. How's that? Am I doing good? Am I doing it right? There you go. Am I good? How's that? Are we on the level here? Are we doing good? Asking for a friend. All right. Awesome. I did good, guys. Weekend Whale told me. I did good. Oh, man. Look at this guy. Look at that guy right there. Zuggernut. The fluffy. Look at that big flaming goodness. All right. Let's see. Oh, shit. Wait. Really? We don't get another. Oh, because we just bought them all. Okay. Odd enough. I don't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Big old flamey axe. Look at that flamey axe. It's a big old flamey axe. I bet you he butters his bread. I bet you he butters his bread with this thing. He butters his bread. I bet you he does it. Zany, what's going on? Windy, odd enough. I don't experience nearly the amount of crashes as others seem to. It didn't really happen until like the last couple of days. And now I like crash all the damn time. It's like, it's kind of out of control. All right, let's set up a whole new spell bar here. It makes toast. Yeah. Well, that's the idea, man. You got to make that toast. It's funny. Well, it's not really funny, but like everybody was experiencing all of these, everybody's experiencing all these issues and I wasn't. And then out of nowhere, I started experiencing tons of issues. And then I was like, okay, something's happening. Hey, we ready to party? We're getting close, baby. Watching your stream at the moment. Well, catching up live, letting folks join the guild. Yeah, 100%. Who zone shard? I am in 7. I am in zone shard 7. I should also just go ahead and do this. Tail windows. Mm-hmm. 7 isn't 14. That's true. 7 isn't 14. Hey. Have you tried using the drivers from the manufacturer on your card instead of the generic AMD drivers? Shawshanker, believe it or not, I do that across the board. It says you're not in the zone. Cheer. It's the mountain. He's all mountainous. You die. Yeah, exactly. This is what you look like in Game of Thrones now. Dead. Under a bunch of rocks. Get wrecked. Teabag from a halfling. Did I? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. I forgot a K. Oh, my God. I forgot the K-A. I'm a mess. Welcome. Spelling is hard. Okay. Waldstein, hey baby. I'm excited. You guys excited for the Q&A? Remember, housing. Okay? Housing. We need housing. If we don't have housing, then where will we all live? Ooh, follow of Broken Stoic. Look at this guy. We can get him too, because he's a follower of the Broken Stoic. Housing herd. Housing before PvP is a travesty. Hero Trader, what's going on? How have you been? Where have you been? How are you doing? Listen, if we have housing, then we can hold little duels in our houses and they'll never know the difference. We'll hold fight clubs in our basement of our houses and our guild housing. We can well. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Think about it. I'm just putting it out there. We could do PvP tournaments in our basement. We'd like beat up each other, you know. Maybe like oil each other up first and then like get in there and really wrestle in the jello and the pudding, you know. Oh wait, that's a different kind of fighting. I'm sorry. I sleep in the bazaar, snuggled up to some high elf trader. She has 0 personality. I'm hoping for SD cap not existing, spell damage cap not existing. Dano, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Obviously, there needs to be a spell cap. Otherwise, people are going to do some real dumb stuff. But somebody could talk about it. Yeah, well, you know, then we'd beat them up. They would have to add PvP for that to happen. You can duel people. Hero, you can duel people. I actually dueled Malik just the other day at the feet of a dead Zeb. How cool would it be to be able to open a dungeon from your house that has special properties best on items hung in your house? Ooh, that could be interesting, Prolin. We all just commit that we saw player housing on the roadmap and we just want clarification on when it's going to test. Broken Stoic would show up with his Mega H strength and then I would pop weak ass doppels and then I would explode. Sounds fun. Even with perfect gear, how much overall spell damage cap can people even get? You can break 1,000 easily right now. You can break 1,000 spell damage right now pretty easily. Matter of fact, actually, with the introduction of the Zeb Augs, you can probably break 1250. Hang on. 24, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 200. Yeah, you can break 250, 1250. You'll still do less than current heroic strength in melee. So Dano, I don't know if that's accurate, actually. I was introduced to some very interesting parses last night where people were doing right in the range of what people are doing in melee. Hey, you're missing some gear. No, so yeah. Well, this is a solo self-found, Palp. How you doing, baby? This is a solo self-found character. So yeah, we're missing some gear. With that much gear, it doesn't sound that broken. Well, the problem is that if the ceiling is that high, then it makes it way too easy for people to abuse different things. And if they took away that cap, then like, what would that mean for pets? And would pets still maintain a cap? There's so many different things that you could do. You could get into some really wild areas. Gonna stack that heroic int now. All right. We are getting close. Maybe I don't know if I really want to get into a whole lot more. We could go buy our other spells, right? We bought these. Oh, we were doing our spell. All right, protection of the rock. When you say heroic strength, that's just plus. So I don't think I have any. Okay, yeah, actually I do. I have 2 heroic strength. Okay, when I say heroic strength, Ethric, I'm talking about this little plus right here, the orange number. So right now, as it stands, you gain plus 1% melee damage for every heroic strength point you have. So if you have, I found a way to get to 300 heroic strength. You can break 300 heroic strength. So if you get to 300 heroic strength, that's 300% bonus melee damage. And then people are using that alongside various skills and disciplines and spells to push melee DPS up into very stupid areas. You got 30 minutes. Yeah, it's true. I do. It's true. It's true. Shielding. All right, we've got that. Long shot. Well, actually, hold on. If you charm a mob and give it gear, then zone, does it still keep the gear? How would that affect soul self-found? So, Josie, if you're talking about handling, like, if it, like giving this mob items, you can't do that anymore. You have the pet bag. So you put the items in the pet bag. Like if you're an enchanter or a necro, you would put the items in the pet bag, and then the items that are in the pet bag go on to the enchanted pet or the like charmed pet. So when you leave, it just drops all the items. It has the appearance like it has the items. And at one point, it didn't just drop all the items. Someone might have been a douchebag and propagated a zone with a bunch of NPCs that had been previously charmed and maybe had, I don't know, items on them. But it definitely wasn't me, ever. I would never do that kind of stuff. That's just mean. That's terrible. Like, why would anybody even think that idea up or that it could work like that? That is some really trolly stuff that, frankly, I'm offended, okay? That anybody would even think that I would do that kind of thing. It wasn't me. Long shot, but you might be getting dirty power from your outlet crashing when card is demanding more power. Use a different power outlet with no load to test. Might not be it, but worth a try. Okay. I mean, that's an interesting idea. I would like to see them start to raise the cap, though, with gates and omens, especially mob hit point climbs pretty steeply. So I actually couldn't find that mob hit points change steeply. In fact, I found that most of the stuff that I looked up in Gates of Discord has less hit points than Plane of Time, but it does considerably more damage. That's what when I was doing like some research recently, and most of the stuff has roughly the same hit points or less, but has a higher damage output. Could we see an increase to like 1,000 and then next expansion maybe 1,250? I don't think that that's going to happen, especially when you have focus effects that are gradually going to increase with each expansion. Like you're getting your buff for spell damage through focus effects. So if you were also getting bigger focus effects and getting your spell damage to increase, I think that would get out of hand very quickly. The mob itch point, it was absolutely insane. Made me stop playing Chanter because the charm break was an instant death. Sigh, the idea of giving Tull Wars to noob mobs is just amusing. That would be pretty funny. As a warrior necro shaman, I have the .AA undead dire charm. What should I get from war? I'm level 30 with 100 AA. Alex Crayford, you should get shield specialization. You should get combat fury, shield specialization, combat fury. You should get weapon affinity, ingenuity. You should get blade guardian. You should get Warneck Sham. You should get cascade of decay. You should get blood tithe, greater blood tithe. You should get shamanistic tongue, rabid bear. You can do these in any order, but those are the things that you typically want. Is there a certain way? So Palpinator, what's going to happen is when I turn it on, you guys are going to be able to ask questions utilizing exclamation point Q. And that's going to allow you guys to sort of like post questions, and it's going to add it to a program that I have, which literally just, it accepts the questions into it and it adds them into the system. And then when we can go through the questions through that system. I used to do that on live with my necromancer, go to newbie zones, charm them and give them gear, haste them, and then feign. Hell yeah, Yogurt. I used to want to go into a zone with a bunch of really big mobs, charm them, shrink them all, so the next person who like went into the zone literally just saw like an entire zone of nothing but like shrunk mobs, and they'd be like, what the fuck? Q&A with Just Broken. Yeah, just me. I'm sorry, I'm being a bum. Let's see, did we get any new pets? We did not get any new pets. We did get Feral Spirit, though. Aranor, thank you so much for the subscription. Much appreciated. Oh, man, he drops the sub before dropping the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Really appreciate the support. Let us see. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need any of these things. Yeah. Tunat and TACV has the same hit points as the last blobs in VT. Yeah. Tweaks. Thank you so much for the sub. Looks like a hype train has just been started. Choo choo. I would never encourage a necro friend to charm specs in Oasis and release them at the docks. Oh my god, dude. Yeah. That's some dirty shit. Some dirty shit that happened with that. All right. Spirit armor. I don't know if I even have spirit armor. I ain't watching no stinking ads. Hell yeah, Tweaks. Well, thank you very much. Oh, dang. Hype train level 1, 93%. Absolutely crazy. Oh, Zert77 subscribing to the channel. Why, thank you. You're delicious and wonderful. Reina with the 100 biddies. Holy smokes. Hype train level 2. Hero Trader subscribing to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, this hype train is going places. It's on a one-way trip. Going everywhere. Whoa, Nerd Navigator. Holy smokes, 10 gifted subs. Just jetting that hype train to level 4. Absolute savage. I wasn't that mean. I would just leave mod rods laying around newbie zones. So, dude, Tyrone Death, if that was you, I did that as a newbie. I was playing a cleric. A high elf cleric was my very first character. And man, let me tell you, I clicked a mod rod as a complete, like, I was like, I don't even remember. I think it was, I was like 12. And man, I remember looting, like picking one of those up off the ground and clicking it, and it just insta-killing me. And I was like, what the hell? What the hell? What is going on? Yeah, the beauty of health and mana conversion. Yay. I was on the same live server as Fancy the Bard on release. That dude caused so much hate and row. It wasn't even funny. Someone gave me the higher level mod rod while I was AFK at like level 10 in the bazaar the other day. Nice. That's awesome. Yes, grats. Actually, I meant to say, so thank you so much, Nerd, for all the gifted subs, for the 10 gifted subs. We are at a hype train level 4, 91%. Ooh, baby. Congratulations. What my password? Kashari, Bill Sharp, FF2002 Buff, Foliax, Slick Daddy Bill, Ariki77, Nerd Smash. That seems appropriate. Cornfed. Ooh, I used to love Cornfed. J-Doc. Grats. Congratulations. All right, you know what?
while we're waiting for people to show up and everything, I think I might just park this guy. And I think we might switch over. Please ask the EOM bag and two-hand glamour cues. Faded, did you put them in oh my god, yes, my Discord just exploded. Okay. Hold on. My lord. Faded, did you put the questions into the Discord? Not yet. Okay. Well, hold on before you do that, because I'm probably gonna. What we'll do is we'll start. Let's get things rolling here. Let's get things rolling so they're ready for when they get in here. I know we have a little bit of time. We'll keep listening to. Well, I don't even know if you guys can listen to music on that channel. I think I have the music turned off. Let us see. Let's see what kind of craziness we have in store today. There we go. Okay, yes, we do have music. Excellent. All right. Ooh. What have we here? What kind of weird debauchery might we have up in here? All right, let's get things rolling here a little bit. Close that. Close this, and then we'll open this thing up, and we'll go in here, and we'll do this thing. Jerboa256, thank you so much for the follow. Hype Train has 1 minute left on it. Level 4, 91%. Reyna's our bits leader, and Nerd Navigator is our subs leader. Our conductor, if you will. All right, that's all set. That's good. That should be popping up. Twitch chat. Let me let's see. Let's see if this works here. All right. We can do this, and we can highlight your chat, and we can do this, and we can be like, hey, by the way, I went ahead on my Paladin Monk Rogue. I set up a macro to switch between Hopebringer and Jagged Time Dagger and back when I backstab. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Obibion Jovi, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Zarkane subscribed. 5 months. Holy smokes. Zarkane, thank you so much for the subby boy. We are now to level 5 Hype Train. Mr. Stoic, I've killed Emperor Straw too many times trying for Spirit of the Leopard and no luck so far. Am I wasting my time, or is the spell something worth getting? Trillavianial it is worth getting, but yes, it is very tedious. I encourage people to ask questions about how tedious that is tonight. Zarkane rolling up in here with the gifted subbies. Another 10 bombers. Zarkane, thank you so much. Hype Train, level 6, 62%. Zarkane tied with a certain Nerd Navigator. They're up in there in the train conducting together. Should we start rumors? Should we? Should we start rumors? Okay, let me, all right. We've got that all rolling. We've got that rolling. So, Valak, when you do that, okay, when you click the hotkey to trigger the backstab, just be very, very, very careful. Because if you loot another Jagged Blade of Time, or if another Hopebringer, when you hit the hotkey, it can actually auto equip and auto attune other gear to you. So just be very careful with that. Okay, that is one problem I've heard many times recently. So just be very, very, very careful of that. All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start entering the questions in, and I'm going to start letting you guys ask the questions. Zarkane, thank you so much for those 10 gifted subbies, by the way. Ooh, okay. Well, we've announced it. Oh, wait. Good evening, heroes. We want to let you know that the server will be coming down tomorrow, 5/30/25 at 2 p.m. CST for a 2 to 3 hour downtime. Holy smokes, 2 to 3 hours. This downtime lays a lot of foundational work for play modes, solo, self-found, and hardcore, as well as a new system that are being created to make those play modes a better experience. We will be talking about it tonight during our weekly Q&A. And don't worry, Easter event rewards are coming tomorrow too. Easter rewards. Hold on, don't queue yet. Don't queue yet. I haven't turned it on yet. But I'm going to in a second. We paused on sending rewards so that we could finish some really cool editions. We really like how they turned out and hope you will too. Thank you again for being here. Journey well, heroes. So here's what I'll tell you. The Easter event rewards, I have gotten to play with them, and they're so much fun. They're so much fun. They're so cool. They're going to be great. I think a lot of people are really going to like them. Well, I know when I'm going to do prep work tomorrow. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, boy. All right. We did that. He's already sent that out, so I don't need to really do that. Let me put an announcement in my own here. Q&A right now. Q&A in 20 minutes. There we go. Poulash. Now, this is going to be the first Q&A where we have included YouTube, and I have to admit, not all of the bells and whistles work over on YouTube, so I apologize for those of you on YouTube. There's not really a lot of multi-stream systems which allow you to pull data from both, but I'm currently tinkering with some stuff, and I'm talking to someone who knows how to tinker with some of those things and possibly getting some tools that will work so that we can get you guys being able to ask questions and things over there as well. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then I'm going to go ahead and close this. Look at the explosions. The questions are already rolling in. And just so everybody knows, Hype Train ended at level 6. Thank you guys so much. Zarkane, Nerd Navigator, Reina. You beautiful, beautiful folks. Umbra. I missed that one. You followed. Yogurt Dragon subscribed. Ooh, you saucy little minx, you. I missed that one too. Hero Trader. Thank you all so much. Zert77, Tweaks88. You're all awesome. What's going on, C. Goodman? How are you doing? Holy Christ almighty, you guys are rolling in with these questions quick. Well done, folks. Well done. All right, let's see. Hey, Stoic, thank you for the new BIS list on the SK Rogue Shaman. Yeah, BT dubs. I actually have 2 more classes that I need to update. I've been working on this stuff regularly. So I've been plowing along. All right, let's see. We've got the questions rolling in. All right. We do need to, I want to enter some of these questions from Discord as well. So if you guys had a question that's on Discord, I'm just going to start entering these in. I love you all. So that they get entered into the queue. Yeah, not a problem, Riv. Happy to help, man. Happy to help. Sounds a little scratchy for anyone else. When housing. Yeah, Dean. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. When housing indeed. When housing. When housing. It's Candy, it's Biss. It's like that. There we go. All right, cool. We've got all those questions in. Questions closed for today. Any new questions, please ask in Twitch. Cool, cool, cool. That's all good. That's good. Excellent. I missed the queue on the second to last question. Oh, shit. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Good call. Good looking out there. This is why we have people to call me out when I do dumb things. All right, let's see. That's this one right here. Okay. Copy. Q. Boop. There we go. Thank you. Good catch. Appreciate that. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are freaking awesome. I would like to thank you guys for being here, asking questions, inquiring, attending all of these fun events, seeing all the greatness, the goodness, the wonderfuls, the wonders that we can share together. It really is great. I don't know. I know that not everybody is always happy with some of the things that are happening, but I got to tell you, I really enjoy the server. And while I don't necessarily agree with every change they make, I do think that they have the best of intentions in mind, and that we've really gotten some really awesome experiences out of THJ, and we continue to do so. And these new play modes and all these new things that are coming our way are going to be really exciting and a lot of fun. I can tell you honestly, the Easter event stuff that's coming is going to be mind blowing. People are really, really going to like that. Files, thank you so much for the follow. Easter in June? Yes, in June. Nick, didn't you know we moved Easter to June? It's a really great time for Easter now. Oh, are we supposed to call you out when you do dumb things? You bought a rubber duck in repo. That rubber duck was amazing. And you know what? If you guys wouldn't have destroyed my cart all the time, then we would have been in a much greater, happier location in life. Okay. So I don't want to hear any of your hookah fudge, any of your problematic nonsense. Don't you shuffle wank with me, sir. Loot, thank you so much for the follow. Big eggplant energy viewer numbers. Ooh, we do like big eggplant. I mean, do we like big eggplants? Well, thank you. Isn't Easter somewhat about resurrection of... I wonder if waiting a couple more months makes him a zombie. I don't know. Did we overcook him? Is that what your question is, Nick? Did we overcook Jesus? Best simply fairly large bag to farm. Valak, you can get a bag, the Rallic pack. It's a Luckland thing. If you look it up, Rallic pack, it's probably the easiest to get. It's a quest, so 100% of the time you get it, it'll be legendary every time. So it's a pretty big bag. It's a pretty big sack. And yeah, it's good. I made a zombie Jesus joke once a coworker and got pulled into HR. Oh no, Riv, don't do that. Overcooked. Jesus, noob. Jesus, this is a lich. Jesus Christ. All right, Q&A team means homework time. I made a zombie Jesus joke. Why? Yeah. Light burlap sack is in classic. 20 slaughter. 60% of the time it works every time. What? They're legit emotes. Yeah. 20 slot coin purse. Is there any way to increase the hard cap for spell damage above 750? Joe Fu, no, there's not a way to increase the hard cap for spell damage above 750. You can, however, get focus effects that increase your damage by a shit ton. You can also utilize, like, this is the weird thing. I see a lot of questions about what's going on, Cybergun. I asked your question already, buddy, or I put it in the queue. So Jesus took me 3 days to respawn. So here's the skinny of it, right? Is that spell damage is actually doing a lot of freaking damage. Like a lot of freaking damage. I'm really surprised. And this is, I don't take this take very often, but on my Paladin Enchanter Wizard with like 450 spell damage, I can nuke for 35k. So I don't know. Could I lower the music a little bit? Yeah, we can lower the music a little bit. How's that? Q&A over. No, Q&A hasn't started, Penfold. We're just waiting. We're waiting for our guests. Our esteemed guest. We're waiting for our esteemed guest. They're spamming low-level spells for simp. Yeah. The focus effects combined with spell damage, combined with cooldowns and stuff, like, and actually I should point out too that my wizard enchanter paladin is only level 55. I should probably point that out too. Yeah, dude, you do so much damage. What's going on, Coffee? How you doing, baby? How do steamed guests taste? About as good as overcooked Jesus. There are 24 slaughters in pop. Requires essence from the elemental planes bosses and a pre-flag, though. Yeah. Still like steamed broccoli. Stays chewy in milk. Pal Wiz Enchanter is OP and only got better with heroic strength. Riv, you're not wrong. Do you know why some higher level poison ingredients aren't on the vendors? Do you know which poisons you're talking about, Penfold? Are you talking about Anger of Shazar, or are you talking about some of the other poison? Show me the 60s solo parses for 404 Saru and Zeb kills as a caster so I can become a believer. Well, so Prolin, you bring up an interesting point, and that's Saru. Four of four Saru definitely has a mechanic that is very anti-caster. So, yeah, that's tough. Went from perfect barbecue to Jesus for the sloth ones. Okay, for the sloth ones. Interesting. So for the sloth one, oh, you know what? How is the size of the combined chat, ladies and gentlemen? Is the size of the combined chat okay? Can you see that all right? When doing 404 Saru, do you kill the ads or just kill Saru? It all depends, Superman. You can kill the ads. You can kill the ads. You don't have to kill the ads. But depending on the class combo you are, you may want to kill it, and you may not want to kill them. It all depends. Like if you have Cascade of Decay, you may want to put a dot on each ad and then go back to killing Saru. If you're playing a Necro, you may want to cast Soulwell on each one of the ads and then go back to killing Saru. If you're playing a build that just does unbelievably like crazy DPS for a period of time, you may just want to kill. Oh, look, I see people. People are joining. Let me turn the music off. No more music. Hi.
Hey.
How you doing? Ooh, you sound sexy as fuck right now.
There's some things. There's some things in life you just don't have control over.
It's true. It's true. But the control, the power and control demand inside of me tells me that is wrong.
Heard. How are we? How are we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. We're doing great. I opened the questions a little early today so that we could get them in there and I could start reading them. I also added all of the ones from the Discord directly into here. And then we are also streaming to YouTube today.
Oh, I like that.
You can see the YouTube chat in the window, like in the stream window. So if they have a little YouTube icon next to their name, it means they're over on YouTube. And if they have a little Twitch icon, it means they're on Twitch.
Oh, that is phenomenal. Like, I'm really impressed.
Ooh.
Is it going to be one of those nights?
I think it might be one of those nights. I mean,
I love that.
You got me all excited about these Easter rewards tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to be so good. I'm so excited right now.
There you go. Gosu EQ says hello from YouTube.
Hello from YouTube. Greetings, YouTube. I love that. Love that. Yeah, Easter rewards. I have to say, Tack and Kata outdid themselves. I'm quite excited.
They're really good. They look really clean too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
like,
that is something that we should probably share. But is it okay to share? We're not quite at 8 yet.
We're not quite at 8, yeah, and we're going to be hitting ads. We may want to wait until the ads are playing and then do it then.
That's evil. Like that's actually evil.
Well, you would know evil, Kata. Are you in your car?
Yeah.
Nice. Love
he
it.
said flippantly. You want to fight about it?
So there you go. Ads are going to start in 1 minute. Oh, there's Void. We'll pull him up. Oh, hey there, Void.
Hello there.
So once we get back from ads, yeah, if you want to roll right into that, and then we can start getting to the questions. We have 26 queued up already, and 27.
We've also got the big spoiler.
Ooh, a big spoiler.
I don't know. Big spoiler. There's a lot coming up.
Okay, it's I mean it's relatively big, but it's kind of small in terms of like roadmap items. But
does
I'm excited about it.
Does it fit on my 1990 Honda Civic? Like, is it that big of a spoiler?
Probably bigger.
I don't know how to answer that question.
It's amazing.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So we were actually talking, I I'm just going to throw this out there shamelessly. Kata thought I was trolling him earlier. So when can we expect player housing and guild housing? Is that coming out with like Solo Self Found, or is that, Gates of Discord?
Wait, I thought that was next month.
There's a really short bridge. I need you to take a long walk off.
Yeah, I thought that was solo self-found. Like the reward at the end of it was a new house.
Yeah, I mean, how did you think you were going to initiate solo self-found? You needed to walk into your house, sleep in your bed, and then when you woke up, you have the option to choose solo self-found. Yeah, right before killing the end dragon.
You have God. You have to finish hardcore in every possible class combination to unlock player housing.
Kinda, can I get you
hold
to
on, clip that.
Either switch from
Clip that.
I don't know, speaker to not speaker, or
So what we're going to do is we're going to take that clip, and when we create a character of every class and we get to level 65 with hardcore, we're going to come knocking for our player housing.
You have to solo hard mode Zeb too.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
No.
It's too late.
We're adding a TM in there.
It's already been clipped.
wow. I love that. Your speed,
Is this better?
actually, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little better. Yeah.
You don't sound like you're inside a toilet inside a car anymore. Now you're just inside a car.
Toiletception.
Well, the product review, the microphone on the Galaxy Buds FE apparently is very bad.
Ooh. Is that so? You
This
start
is just going to turn into a product review
right?
for things that Cat doesn't like.
Did you turn them off? Is that why it sounds better?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just on
3
like
out of
regular
10.
speaker.
Would not recommend.
Maybe hold it like further away from your face.
No, sounds like he's in a toilet. Okay, well, listen, he's here, and that's what we want, right?
Yeah, Cat pulling out all the stops to be here. So
Yeah.
we're gonna let him marinate in that.
That is ads, my friend. So if you want to roll right out with your hot spoilers,
Oh, you mean they're done? Ads are done?
they're done. Yep.
Greetings, heroes. Okay. So many exciting things happening. Okay, where do we start? Oh my goodness.
Easter.
So Easter. So Easter rewards are coming out, and we paused on them because we had a couple things we wanted to see if we could do. And TAC pulled out some absolute wonderful miracles, and most of you will get to benefit from that. Dare I say some of the things that are going to be coming out, or should we wait? Maybe we should wait. What if I tell you this? Not only if you participated in this, will you be receiving some type of title and or fun gifts, but you'll also be claiming those incredible gifts using a new in-game command that functions very cleanly and lets you see what you're getting before you get it.
Ooh.
It looks really good. And the things that we have, we also, I'll say this. We are so happy with some of the rewards we're giving out. We decided to expand the threshold for getting these rewards just so more people could have them because they're that cool. Like, instead of just doing like, well, the top 10 got this, it's like the top 100. And instead of doing the top 100 got this, it's like the top 250. And I'm really excited for people to see what they're going to be getting.
I'm really excited. I think everybody's going to be really excited. I mean, they really did pull out the stops. The things that are there look absolutely amazing. And
They do.
yeah,
I never personally tested it. Did you happen to use one as an
All of
ogre?
them.
Does it
all
does
of
it
them.
look good?
As an ogre, as a gnome.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw it
Oh.
as a dwarf too. It all looks really good.
oh yeah, yeah. That's gonna be good. Okay, so yeah, Easter rewards coming out tomorrow. Longer downtime tomorrow. 2 p.m. CST. We're coming down. Going to be down for 2 to 3 hours. So a great opportunity. Touch grass. You know, hug your loved ones. Go for a walk. Get drink some water. Do some exercises. Catch up on all that work you haven't been doing. And then when you're done with all of that, you come back to wonderful Easter rewards and some changes that pave the way for a lot of the cool things that you're going to be seeing soon. The first of which, and we haven't put a concrete date on it, you can assume the 20th or the 27th, okay, for solo, self-found, and hardcore. And to support those things, we have expanded scope by a significant amount to bring some really nice UX to this whole thing. And when I mean really nice, I mean gonna give a little toot shout out to Voidless. Been doing some absolutely incredible things with the UI and how you will be accessing them. Kata, can I go into a little bit of detail? Can I tease this a little more? Like, are you okay with that?
Is this better audio or worse audio?
Way better.
Better.
Way better. Way better.
Fantastic. As far as teasing more, why I don't really want to talk about specifically what we're doing UI wise for play modes. I would like to talk about the other thing though.
Can we talk about the thing that's going to let accessing play modes be easier and better and great?
Yeah. I don't think we really need to like beat around the bush and like hint at it. I think we could just announce that it's happening.
Oh, okay.
Because like it's basically good. Like there's some implementation details at this point, but like it's just crossing T's and dotting I's.
So something that we did not think possible. We are going to be launching with play modes a second character page. You will now be able to have up to 24 characters on your account with the launch of play modes.
Yes. Yes.
And not only will you by default have access to 24, but there is a high likelihood that we will be able to add additional pages as either event rewards, dungeon finder rewards, etc. So
Oh man.
wonderful things coming. And it not for nothing, the interface for it probably the best I've seen. Like, not to toot my own horn, but it's super intuitive and it looks great.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how it's turned out. How it just sort of worked was like the most amazing part of it.
Voidless is like, what do you mean it just worked?
Well, yeah, I mean, it did like basically just work, and I mean like the server components of it I put together in like a day. So
Holy shit.
So
I
AA
love it.
veterancy.
Yeah, big AA veterancy.
Wait a minute. Don't tell Malik.
Malik.
Okay. Yeah, don't tell Malik.
Malik's like, I've got 12 new characters
All right.
already.
I just want to disclose that Malik did find a way around the current veterancy cap. So
Yeah,
you can buy the You can buy the fireworks, and it continues to raise your character's overall AAs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Listen, it does matter because his number is bigger than I'm pretty sure everyone else's.
True.
Bigger numbers matter.
Better.
Matter,
Yep.
Kata.
Oh, okay. I guess. That's
Speaking
a
of
wild
bigger
take, but
numbers.
okay.
Speaking of bigger numbers.
Yeah.
So did a little digging because people were asking questions and we hadn't done some analytics recently. But there were some people out there guessing at different things and wanted to give a little like some interesting data points, interesting things about classes, the classes that you love, the classes that you know. So we went through and did a poll of all level 65 characters, trying to just kind of look at like what is represented and how, you know? And very, very happy that we've seen a positive shift from what we saw previously. So the lowest class that we see picked is Druid. However, it is within only 1% of the majority of its counterparts, which makes me very happy. Do you have any guesses on what the number one most included class is of all level 65 combos?
Monk.
You only get one guess. What do you think it is? What do you think it is? What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
Or mage. Or mage.
The Beast Lords have it. The Beast Lords have it. They are the most represented class at 65.
Wow.
Just bad.
Yes. Yes. Beast on the high end, Druid on the low end. Everyone else.
And the delta between them isn't that extreme.
No,
Like,
it's not.
Can we hear
It's
what
not-
it is?
It's about twice.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, which is
Which-
honestly,
It sounds like a lot when you say twice, but you're talking about 16 classes, so
Right.
like it's not that actual large of a percentage.
That's great.
but yeah, super cool. Some other interesting things. So the last poll we did was at level 60, where we had seen all 560 combos represented. There are still some combos that haven't hit 65.
Quite a few, actually.
What?
Yes, there are still some combos that haven't hit 65.
Anyone who tries to tell you that the meta is figured out and like the best class combos are known just because they're picked more is completely wrong. There's what 20% ish of possible combos that haven't been explored at 65 at all.
Just shy of 20%. Just shy of 20%. But yeah, there are some, and I'm looking at some of these combos and I'm like, see.
I
see that
explicitly
being-
mentioned one when I was shooting the shit with Broken earlier. I explicitly mentioned one that isn't represented at 65.
It will be soon.
That's
wanna share
probably
that?
good.
You want to share that one?
Oh yeah, sure. Beast Lord, Ranger, Wizard.
Yeah,
Like I
Yeah.
think that's probably really good.
it is
and
really good.
There are no level 65s of it that
fun fact.
on that data that I looked at.
Had that change to the artifact bow gone in, that particular unplayed combo would have been like theoretical max.
Yeah, that would be retarded. I can't even get over how good that would be. Oh my lord.
But anyways, those are some fun things that we're talking about that we saw. Really, really cool. Love seeing what we're seeing. I mean, you know, over 20,000 level 65s is insane. I just, yeah, love you guys. All good things. So With that being said, with Easter covered, with some of that fun stuff with play modes covered, we've got. Actually, no, because every time that I go over the event log, people just ask questions about it. So, I think we can. I think we can go ahead and dive in. What say you, Broken?
Yes, let us do just that. This was Cybergun, I believe, who asked, any chance of expanding on the quests system by adding new or old quests to the UI quest journal? The initial quest to kill Nagi Vox, for example, was great.
So funny you should say that. Funny you should say that. So I'm going to go ahead and give him a shout out. Convection. Convection has been doing some really awesome things for the upcoming GOD launch. And yes, by the way, I know we don't talk about it a lot, but that is still being worked on in the background. And a huge shout out to Convection for the effort that he's put in. But when we're making a lot of these changes, there's an opportunity to taskify some of these quests. And on the longer, more complicated quests, not only does it feel right, but it is a significant UX improvement over the hailing and getting lost and trying to figure out where you're at or where you should be.
Especially in gates. Especially in gates.
So
gates progression makes planes look straightforward.
Yeah. Yep. And so that being said, as we continue to roll out custom content, dungeon finder, play modes, achievements, there's a huge opportunity to use the task system over the quest system, and we intend on doing that because it's just better.
There's quite a bit of desire internally to go back and taskify older quests. I think Convection did a proof of concept of one of the epic quests, given that treatment. Although I don't know if we're actually going to do that because it's a relatively large undertaking in total.
That could also have some unintended consequences with some of the epics you can skip today, which you would obviously no longer be able to do if they were task requests.
This is true.
I mean, good.
This is true.
Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
Features, not bugs.
Yeah. Operating as intended. Nerd Navigator says, I recall talks of a roadmap at some point, but don't know if I'm not looking in the right place or if the idea was scrapped. In the absence of that, how are timelines coming for the features you are comfortable talking about? Clicky bags, solo self-found hardcore, dungeon finder, gates of discord, advanced loot, and housing. Whistle.
Oh, nerd. Oh, nerd.
He started off so strong.
He did too. That was like legit. That was so legit. And then we just walked off a cliff. So it didn't get scrapped. We never made it public because the reality is that this is a passion project and people get upset that we're not working on this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even though some days we really do get close. We have all of those things still planned. And I mentioned earlier in the stream.
Hold on. All of those things? Because there were things that he mentioned in that list that we do not have planned.
No, clip it.
I mean,
No, everything.
Sorry.
Too late.
Housing is the only thing on that list that we haven't had a conversation about. I'll say that.
Ooh, so you're saying there's a chance?
I'm choosing my words wisely.
I'm willing to say at this point that it's never been more likely that advanced loot might happen.
Take my money.
That's all I'm going to say.
Wow.
There have been some major UI hurdles overcome, and well, we're working.
It would be a significant amount of work, but it's outside of the impossible bucket at this point.
Yeah.
Shut up and take my money.
So I'll just go ahead and do a brief, I'll do just a quick thing, right? So at the beginning of the stream, mentioned the next thing coming out being solo self-found hardcore with all the wonderful things that come along with that. And we're aiming for the 20th or 27th on that, followed shortly thereafter by July 4th events. And then the next milestone would be Dungeon Finder. Or gonna probably do a little renaming on that just because there's some confusion still around Dungeon Finder. So maybe like Dungeoneer or whatever it is that we decide to call it. That's going to be coming up after play modes, and that'll probably be 2 months after play modes. You'll see that probably. But GOD is going to be worked on after that dungeon system launches. But because we have so many people that we've brought on board, so many core team members and volunteers that are all just contributing in really interesting ways. The original roadmap is, still on. I think we had to move. I think we moved GOD back like maybe a couple weeks from what we initially planned, and that's after months of announcing the roadmap. So I feel really good, and not for nothing, we are seeing so many wonderful new quality of life, wonderful new system changes that weren't even on the roadmap. And the fact that we're able to do all of those things and still adhere to this is awesome in my book and makes me really happy. So I hope you all feel good about that too.
Wow. That's really great. I'm in love. Windy Whitewind says, hope you guys are doing well. Thanks as always for this awesome server. I know this was asked before, but has any more thought gone into druids, rangers being able to use their outdoor only spells inside? Really sucks not being able to use the druid lightning AoE spell indoors.
At this point, I think
we
that
could just do it.
I think we can just go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Add it to the to-do list.
There was a point in time where it didn't feel right adding power to one of the classes that were considered to be out in front. But at this point, I think, and it's also going to thematically go really well with what we're leaning into on the back end. So yeah, we can make that a thing. Wendy, if you want to make a suggestion, if it's not already there, just to remind me, we should be able to do that. Or actually, if anyone's listening that actually has access to stuff, like go ahead and just,
Do a dev ask for it. I know Valor is in chat. Just open
Valor's here. Okay. Yeah, dev-esque, and we'll get it done.
Hell yes. Prolin asks, will there be a way to toggle passive AAs with a command so I can put them in a macro? My days of disabling riposte with a button are close at hand.
He keeps asking questions in chat that are just like prescient.
I know. It's almost as if he's looking at the event log and helping us to share information with people, which
is he a ringer? Is that what you call when you see someone in the audience to ask the questions you want?
Yes, that's exactly what that is.
Or seeds.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of seeds in here.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, they're all in Variety Void's mailbox.
Oh my god. Send me all of them.
You heard him. Send the pearl necklaces. Variety Void. HJ Bros.
Just never. I discovered them, so it just fits.
So I'll go ahead and answer the actual question.
Okay.
Coming with the patch is, so you know how you have like alt activate as a command, you'll have alt toggle to turn off passive AAs. Additionally, I've gone ahead and added the alt activate and now alt toggle codes directly to the AA description as an automatic export process. So they'll always be tagged. Everything will always have that.
Yeah, that's a huge QL.
Cool. Dano22 asks, can the Gamble NPC get more rewards, namely prior event items?
Buddy, you should ask that.
Man, this chat tonight. This is so good. All of this is so good. So, yes, the casino will be updated probably shortly after the July 4th event. Actually, maybe even before that, if we do. Well, just know that changes are coming to it. We do plan on what is there being rotated in a really fun way. So yes, there will be. But as new things come, old things will probably go.
Yep.
Nice. Riv This asks, thank you so much for the events. I love them. Can we get a tease of what sort of things are being rewarded for? So like what type of things the rewards are based upon? I've heard open eggs. Is that all?
Are we being explicit about this? Like we've I kind of like okay.
They're gonna find out tomorrow. There's
right.
Maybe just the class of actions which resulted in a reward, not the
that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, sure. No breakpoints, but okay. If you participated in this event by finding an egg, opening an egg, eating jelly beans, or destroying eggs, you will find yourself with some type of reward. That's right. You guys thought I was joking about bean weaving. Come on. Don't you min-max? Goodness.
Jesus.
People who don't bean weave isn't just insane to me. This is 2025.
Right.
If you're not
it resets the GCD, of course. Like this is the optimal strategy to take. Why wouldn't you do this?
Yeah, if you're not using a bean off GCD to reset it so you can eke out like another 2k DPS, are you even playing?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. Someone asked if the type of egg matters. For all of those metrics, the type of egg mattered. Legendary counts for more than enchanted counts for more than regular.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, we thought of all the things.
The rewards are account bound, not character bound. All of our events are account level tracking for participation, not character level.
Yes, and not only that, how are you going to get them? Well, what if you log in? Well, if you log in, you might get a little message that tells you that you have rewards to claim, and it might tell you how to claim those rewards. Wouldn't that be nice?
Claiming those rewards might be really easy.
It might be.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
Zanarnar says, I noticed new necromancers get 1 rank in destructive cascade, but can't crit dots normally, and don't get a rank of critical affliction. Could they get one of those options? Natural dot crits would rock. Thanks again for this amazing server. All the hard work is appreciated.
Hey, Kata, do you think Necros should have an innate dot crit like wizards have on spell crit?
Yeah, I think. Wait, didn't we do that already? Don't each of the dot classes have like an innate dot crit rate?
I know we talked about it. Did it never get shipped?
Someone open a dev ask for me to figure out what we did there.
Whoops.
The short answer to your question is yes. Zanarnar.
Nar.
No, it's almost like Reyna is saying no.
Nar.
I think we wanted good UX about it, and I think that was where the conversation ended, and I just never followed through. That's on me. Sorry, guys.
Okay, well, that's okay. I mean, they reminded us. Also, that Reyna comment. Nar.
Love you, Reyna. Anyway.
I completely missed that comment.
It's her accent. So she doesn't say no. She says no. Not Dread says, when Plane of Time P1 through 3 skip was introduced, there was a mention that made me think all Plane of Time mobs would be able to drop the quintessence, but it doesn't seem to have happened. Can you explain what happened there?
Sure. So that was someone talking about what they thought would happen and not what actually was going to happen.
It's actually
There's going
super
to be a
common. I get one like every other
transport
run.
Yeah, it's there. We did increase the drop chances though from the mobs they already came with. So
Well, there you go. Cool. Candyman says, I can see on the test log that Necropotence and Shadow Curse will soon proc from melee and ranged attacks. Will we have to wait a month for that to come into effect? Remember you not wanting to do patches with the new live TLP.
It's not that we didn't want to do
Patches.
new patches. It's that we didn't want to do new content drops. So like we didn't want to launch Dungeon Finder or Solo Self-Found Hardcore the same time that the TLPs are going live. That's not nice to do to them.
Pretty cut and dry.
So should be soonish.
TM.
Actually, Kata, that's a really good question. This downtime tomorrow, is it going to be pulling everything that's on test?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. We're going to talk after this.
I know who's not
Okay.
sleeping tonight.
Just a couple things that we're going to talk about.
Okay. Well, keep in mind,
Don't accept any more PRs.
I wasn't planning on it.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Everything's fine. It's fine.
Okay,
Don't
yeah,
worry
yeah,
about it.
yeah. Nothing's
No,
on
it's fine.
fire.
It's fine.
Nothing's on fire.
My voice sounds fine. Your voice is fine.
Trill Vanilli asks, Shadow Curse SKA is super fun with a lot of flavor, but as an SK Bard Wizard enjoyer, the number of corpses spawned causes all kinds of issues with kiting. Any chance we can have a more functionality to dismiss the corpses on demand or toggle the ability on or off?
We're going to do you one even better because Kata already has working on test a way to control your swarm pets.
And turn the AA off
yeah.
if you want to. Although I probably should add get lost to the commands that swarm pets will accept so you can dismiss them.
Will they explode when you dismiss them?
Only if you have the new corpse explosion AA.
Oh, solid. I thought so.
What?
Will it
I
explode
never-
in my
what-
house, my player-made house?
I never implemented the corpse explosion SPA. Like it's not
Damn
ready.
That was me being sarcastic. I'm so sorry, Kata.
Oh, there is a just to be clear, there is a corpse explosion spell effect. It's just partially implemented.
There's a
Yes.
couple like that.
Hot.
Hot.
All right. This was a question on Discord. Does XP bonus apply to item XP as well as player and AA XP?
Yep.
Yes. There's your answer.
Ding, ding, ding.
Another Discord question. Are there any alternatives to leveling blacksmithing? The mid 100s has a huge bottleneck of needing leather padding and an abysmal drop rate on animal skins to get.
If it's a trade skill, it's probably broken.
I wish you would stop saying that because they're not as bad as you make them out to be. Like they need some TLC, but they're not awful.
I basically consider trade skills an unsupported feature at this point.
You are terrible, and you don't say the quiet part out loud. We've gone over this.
Oh, God.
So one good thing here, though, right, is we did add the ability, or not the ability, but rather a fallback to where you should get a skill up every 4 crafts, no matter what. So it's gotten way easier than it was, and it feels pretty good too because it's random.
Okay.
Apparently, you can make ethereal plates to level up 212.
Yeah, there you go.
Interesting.
On the same topic of trade skills, trade skiller question from Tyrone Death. Trade skill bags. There's already a trade skill bag, extra planar satchel using fantastic pelts and extra planar silk from a later expansion. Can these items be added?
So there's a lot of types of bags that we want to add. They will be there, and they're probably going to be rewards from the Dungeoneer system.
Oh God. Okay. Awesome. Big Taima says, will there ever be any multi-class specific AA? For example, Warrior Berserker gets AA to dual wield two-hand weapons. We're hearing this one a lot lately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Kata says no, and it's really weird for me to be on this side of the fence. The runway for the hero's journey is long. The replayability when solo self-found and the achievement system comes out, and the things that we are going to tie to doing self-found, solo self-found, hardcore, and the achievement system and the pending seasonal system, I could see in the long run there being some interesting things for completing certain achievements with certain class combinations to do certain things. I can see that.
Okay, I say nope to will there ever be this, but I'm coming from a place where we specifically had like a very in-depth conversation about why that was a bad idea. However, when you frame it the way that you did just now, okay, maybe.
I'm known for my words.
My concern is that
You don't have to say anymore.
that's a lot of AAs, man. That's a lot of AAs.
Listen, when the game is fun, the people will grind.
No, I don't mean it's a lot of AAs to like grind out, like get like 100 AAs in a minute. I mean, like it's a lot of AAs to make. That's
We have
That's
faith
okay.
in you.
By the time we're ready to launch, AI will do it all for us.
Truth.
maybe. I bet I could get Claude to generate AAs now, actually.
Since we're on the theme of trolling, Hero Trader asks, now that PvP has been confirmed with housing, will we be getting a PvP?
Housing, hell yeah, brother.
That's good.
Shank you in your own house.
Love you.
That's right.
Next question, please.
Everyone, okay, hear me out. Everyone gets teleported to EC when you queue up. You've got 2 minutes to build your house, and then the PvP ensues.
Is this EverQuest Fortnite?
Every time you die, your house loses 1 durability. When it hits none, you can't respawn. I love it.
I like it. Okay, awesome. When does this game mode come out?
With Solo Still Found, you didn't hear earlier?
Oh, nice. Perfect. Man, Catty, you've really been working really hard. Okay. Next. He's
in his car
breathing.
driving away.
Yeah, right. Oh, God.
Hey, guys.
Okay, so next Discord question. Any idea on how to get THJ working with the Lutris on Stream Deck or Steam Deck? I followed the wiki instructions to do it with bottles and flat seal, and it works on desktop mode, but when I go to gaming mode and launch it, I just get a black screen until I end the game following this guide, and it's a link to the wiki.
The answering that question is out of scope of this format.
Mm-hmm.
You can hit me up on Discord.
Ooh,
Aww.
that's
Kyle
awfully
likes
nice.
the big brain questions.
He does.
And actually, I'll do you one better there. If you make a bug report with that exact thing plus the link, there are other people that could probably benefit from the answer to that question.
I actually picked up. I ordered a Steam Deck recently for the express purpose of figuring out how to do a proper setup guide for it. For
You're the man.
So,
Oh, that's awesome.
EHJ on the go, hell yeah.
Next Discord question. Rumor has it THJ has acquired a copy of the Lorien Song client. Is that true? If so, what does this mean for the future of eMuse, THJ specifically?
What?
Hang on.
Um,
Hold on. Let me carefully craft a response to this. So we have made an internal decision to stay on the client that we are on unless we create our own custom client, and to not take anything from future clients, because what we've created here is precious, and the community that we have is precious, and we don't want to do anything that could potentially jeopardize that. So the answer to that is no.
Easy enough. All right, getting into the harder questions here. Rel Kozen says, are you happy with Necro performance and by extension dot classes with the most recent update, or is there more in the near future for them to look forward to?
I don't know about near future, but they're definitely in a way better place than they were. And I can say, so here's the thing, right? When we're looking at classes, we look at them holistically. We're not just looking at like how they're doing against Zeb, right? Like I see solo self-found, hardcore, the play modes, the achievements, the repeatable runway as being the lifeblood of the hero's journey. So how classes feel when you're starting out from scratch and trying to progress through all content solo or with a friend, that's what I'm looking at. And in that regard, I think they're in a really good spot.
Fair enough. Bluebird Dog says, would it be possible to add in a difficulty slider to DZs? For example, soloing Sleeper as a 6-person difficulty.
Yeah, that's planned. It's a little bit backburnered for a few different reasons, but we'll do it at some point.
Awesome. Then what you do is you add rewards for people who do it on a hardcore character.
I mean, listen, when we start doing Dungeon Finder and people start completing things, and then all of a sudden they find themselves unlocking harder versions, that would be really cool.
Oh,
that would be really cool, actually.
Jesus. Listen, you guys,
hard mode.
Pants are getting way too tight as it is. We're going to exceed the 4-hour boner limit. Fair enough. Death Star asks, good evening. Thanks for all that you guys do. As a person who doesn't play Minion Master, I find it unfair that if you do not play one of the pet classes, you can't utilize the major pet focus items. Any plans on changing that? Would love for my Druid Shaman to be able to have buff pets. If it can't be added to the usable classes, how about an AA that would allow for them to buff pets? Thank you.
So if you take, I'm interested to hear what you have to say, please.
We had a conversation about using the existing pet power stat points and then extrapolating linear scaling for all other pets based on those, and doing that in code rather than in the database. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that exactly, other than I think that pet focuses are like a really weird outlier to how focus items in general work. And I'd really like to take a hard look at how that whole system functions at some point.
So that being true, and I agree with looking at how that system functions, to more answer the question that he asked, the way that I had envisioned it and the way that it's currently working is you do need one pet class with those other classes to benefit from that pet focus, and they do. So if you have any pet class in your build with your Druid or your Shaman or your SK, you can benefit from those pet focuses. So, for instance, the bear pet continues to scale and grow with pet focus. So do the wolves. You just have to be able to get access to that. And it was purposely left as tied to pet classes because without it, it's a rather large power increase without any type of planning.
Itemization, right? Like should be part of your build as opposed to just free.
It's true. What do I get by picking this class? And it's a very valid question to ask when you're making your character.
Yeah, I like that. Cap'n Cube says, is the new heroic strength buff a trial for Gates of Discord content as a way to mitigate the level 70 bump?
No. So the 8 strength buff came from underperformance and the overall feel of melee classes compared to their spellcasting counterparts. I don't mind saying that H strength will probably be tweaked in some way, but it's largely going to continue to feel the way that it does, at least up until this point. So looking ahead, as more heroic strength becomes available, as we move into gates and to gates and GOD, gates and omens, every point of heroic strength over a certain amount will probably have some type of diminishing returns, a type of soft cap, if you will. But in general, the first 100 to 200 points is working about as you would expect it to. And we like what it has done, aside from certain outlier cases that we're looking at on what we should do, if we should do anything. But how it behaves is correct with how we want classes to feel.
Do you want to piggyback that into this question right here?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Shawshanker says, power creep concern. Recent changes have introduced a new form of power creep. Heroic strength monk builds now outperform ranger builds in burst damage, even exceeding damage output seen during the attack mode range bug. How concerned are you about the shift in balance?
So a shift in balance is not a concern to me at all. We're going to continue to see shifts in balance throughout the entire course of the hero's journey. That's a good thing. Things will not remain stagnant for too long, and the changes that we make will be to make more classes feel better and to make sure that a few specific class combos don't reign supreme to the degree that it actually reduces player choice by basically not having any options. So right now we do see some outliers that will get addressed. But specifically talking about ranger builds, I cannot tell you specifically what we're going to be doing, but some things that we have tossed around that we are probably going to enact some sort of is allowing the ranger bow to benefit from 100 hands effects. And also to re-look at what quivers do for bow haste. So for instance, if there were more quivers available across more expansions, and those quivers actually gave a 100 hands type of effect instead of a muted haste effect, you would see some pretty neat things. So just know that if there are large disparities that exist, we will absolutely work on them. We will make sure that all classes feel good.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the UX around quiver haste in particular. It's such a weird mechanic, and it's not discoverable unless you know about it already. So I don't know how much that process is going to end up moving the needle in terms of actual effect for quivers, but it'll at least be like much more easy to understand what's happening. No, we're not unfixing the downloaded bug.
TX Hurricane says, hope you guys are doing well. Just wanted to express my appreciation yet again for all you guys do. After working in IT for 30 years, I can honestly say your team is positively awesome.
Thanks, man. We appreciate that.
Hell yeah. Nathaniel says, hi, Aporia and Orcata. How are you? How was the week? What are your thoughts on where things are landing damage DPS wise after recent changes? Kind of outlined that a little bit, but how are you feeling overall about what it is and the changes that you made?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving how many class comps just became viable in a very real way. And I'm very happy with that. Like I said, there are some outliers that need to be addressed, but in general, it was a great change. It was definitely the right direction, if not, exactly where it needed to be, but definitely the right direction. And thanks. I'm doing good. I had a great week. I'm happy to be here now.
Gregor Clegane says, should minions be able to fear Vexthal bosses? And if so, was that designed just to kill guests in TV?
No, but yes. In order, no, but yes.
So the new I don't know how much you guys are aware of some of the new fun things that are happening with the Necromancer and Shadow Knight pets, but basically you're raising them and they're getting all their buffs and their abilities and stuff. So what they're doing is they're procking blind on things and they're causing things to jet like 1,000,000 miles an hour, running away and things.
This is my favorite thing. I think it's important to note that I'm a huge fan of Dwarf Fortress, and I subscribe to the Dwarf Fortress concept of fun.
At least 3 people know what you're talking about.
You got to be, come on, gotta give us more.
Losing is fun.
Oh, okay. Losing is fun. Heard.
Nice. And that's why I'm in charge of balance and UX. Next.
Bobby Flay says, I missed the last Q&A to ask the question, but a couple of weeks I suggested to make 2 separate Doppel A's which share a cooldown. One that focuses more on spell damage and casting, while the other AA focus more on the melee abilities, such as Frenzy and or Backstab. That way you can balance them differently if needed. Thoughts?
The overall feeling here is that we've already given Doppel a lot of attention, and where they are now feels good. I would love to see them have a place now that we have the code that allows us to do those things. It would be interesting to see that. It would also be interesting to see other classes be able to do something similar as a knob that we can turn for balance. So as of right now, Doppels are going to stay the way that they are. We're happy to have moved on from the Doppel conversation, but I could see things being added and or adjusted in the future as we need to.
I would rather give Shadow Knights a shadow that's a Doppel that only does melee.
Warrior needs nothing else.
I don't know. Warrior's feeling pretty weak. I watched a video recently that talked about how strong or weak Warriors were. I don't know.
You know, I've watched an alarming number of videos, and it's just so interesting to me how people feel so differently about the exact same class combos.
I don't know.
Wild to me.
Huh.
Zeb only dies in 30 seconds, guys. I think they need a buff.
Boy, do you know anything about any such videos?
I've never heard of it. Nope.
Oh, okay. All right. Just checking. Comma 77 TW. Can we please get another parcel guy in the bazaar? Sometimes when too many around him can be a pain to click on it. Thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, this is a good opportunity to remind people. There's a command that lets you jump from bazaar to bazaar.
It's called
Zone
zone share.
shard. So if you're ever in a place where you need to access something and it's blocked for whatever reason, you can use zone shard to move to a different one.
That's a good point, though.
There kind of is a command to hide all PCs. It stands still for 60 seconds or whatever.
Not even in Bazaar, it's like half a second.
Yeah, that's really good.
Okay, can we get want to buy and want to sell filtered from general chat? Maybe warn folks we have an auction channel they can use.
Like OOC chat?
This
Is that really that big of
Yeah,
a deal?
that's what it means.
I think this is Fat Matt. So basically,
So the problem is if we did, like, sure, there's nothing that would stop me from automatically redirecting everything said in OOC that starts with want to sell or want to buy over to the auction channel. Like that's very easy to do. The problem is that all that would happen is people would start putting something else at the start of their messages because they're
Yeah.
they do things like that.
right. They know the auction channel exists. They're trying to hit people who have ignored the auction channel. Let's be honest.
Correct. So like
finds a way.
Exactly. I mean, I could do it. This is playing whack-a-mole in like an absurd way.
Jesus. The Red Furno, with some of the absolute wrecking of heroic strength, is it a place you like or does it need some tuning?
It needs some tuning.
I don't mind repeating this because I think it's important. There are some things about it that need some tuning, and it will be, but it's never going to go back to the way that it was. Having the class combinations that we have right now that are viable, I want them all to remain viable. So whatever gets tweaked will get tweaked only to a degree that allows them to still progress.
Yeah.
But yes, some changes will come.
Oh, this is a tangent, but someone brought something up in Twitch chat that should have been a question or should have been something. How do you feel about account? How do you feel about ignore just being account wide?
Please.
I think that's brilliant.
Yeah, I could probably do that. So if you ignore someone, you ignore all of their characters on their account. Period.
Oh
my God! Yes.
I love
yeah.
that.
Ken. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rip Maris.
Open Valor. Open a dev ask for that. I'm pretty sure I know how to do that, but I don't want to forget to do that.
Cries
Yeah,
and
that's
Sora.
fantastic.
Let's see here. Ravon Lunatic says, any chance of more spellbook pages?
Nope. Sorry.
Oh, it's just, listen, you guys have been unlocking magical chest after magical chest.
Yeah, I know. This one I really can't do. It's a fixed size array somewhere in the client that's referenced in a billion places. It's just not happening.
Just gave us 24 plus characters, and nope.
Yeah, I know.
I give it 2 weeks.
Sure?
I give it 2 weeks.
I'm 100% sure that is actually impossible.
You heard it here first. Coming soon.
With the housing and PvP.
Housing, definitely.
Yeah, it's coming with housing and PvP. Exactly.
The Orange Druid asks, let's start with the hard questions. Why does the server not let me pick the name El Chupacabra? It doesn't say it's taken by another.
No,
I have longer names.
It's Chupacabra, not El
Yes.
Chupacabra. That is Chupacabra.
Nope. Same thing.
It's amazing.
I don't see why you should be able to have that name. If can you name change into it? That should work. If that doesn't work, if that actually doesn't work, DM me. I want to make this happen.
I was about to say, I'm actually looking right now into the character database. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
We can piggyback that to another comment about housing when.
The reason you can't take it is because it belongs to a level 17 that actually was created quite recently. Someone beat you to the Chupacabra.
unfreaking believable.
So sorry, sir.
We do have ads starting in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So let's see.
Apparently, ads are now, according to chat.
Oh, it didn't even give me a notification. All right. Well, then let's do housing when.
Oh, dude, it did last week too. I hit delay ads. It was like, nope, we're gonna play them right now.
It's
If
Twitch
you
is really
actually
weird
want
lately.
housing to happen, I actually know who you should talk to because
Who?
I'm probably not going to do it, but like it's
I'm
in
sorry,
the
what?
client. There's someone
Who?
who's been steadily adding weird client features. I
Mhm.
say weird, but they've been steadily working on client features that have been previously ignored. I'm not going to say their name on stream because I don't know if they want the attention.
Okay,
But
so
It's
I'll
Malik,
talk to-
isn't it?
you'll DM them to me, and I will give them feet rubs or something. And
Yeah, I'll tell you who you should talk to if
Pearl
awesome.
necklaces.
Let's see if we got any other.
Every time I hear player housing, I just think about Landmark and get sad.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah,
My
Hey.
voxel builder.
Hey, here's an idea for you. We add a bridge between a Minecraft server and THJ. So people who want player housing.
Yo,
you click on the
we-
gate, and it literally
yo.
takes you there.
oh man, like could you imagine like you go to Tyrrell and you're like, hi, I'd like to go. wait,
God.
we could totally do this in Roblox.
did you make Tangia dungeons and Minecraft Heroes Journey?
I refuse to have anything to do with Roblox, but yeah.
I think it's a natural evolution here.
I would call it
Jeez.
a devolution, but yeah.
Devolution.
My God. I'm just,
I like how player housing went from never to, you know what? I know a guy. All in like an hour.
Listen,
I know a guy.
we just got to keep pressing things. Eventually, we're gonna get bigger spell books too.
Oh, dude, yeah, we know it's possible now.
It's not possible.
Honestly,
I've heard you say that before.
Kata is like the CIA's dream. Like you just have to show him images enough times or like whisper things to him enough. And then all of a sudden one day he's going to be like, hey, guess what I'm doing today?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Oh no. Did you just realize that some of your choices weren't your own?
None of your choices are your own. Free will's an illusion.
Do you have that mute button handy?
Oh,
Interlink.
God.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
No crickets.
I'm thinking like, okay, so it is a fixed size array is the problem.
Cells interlinked within cells interlinked within cells interlinked.
I don't know if that's a reference to.
How I really believe we live in two separate realities and Discord is what connects us. I genuinely believe that.
You've met me in person.
Yeah. Was it you though? I don't know. Like, I don't know if that was actually you.
Agent
Well, there's
Smith
a whole
confirmed.
philosophical argument about like perception versus reality versus like, and then of course there's the whole like simulation
Oh,
hypothesis.
Okay, you guys
all
got
right,
30 minutes
okay.
and we're not going to break down philosophy.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You
All
gotta go
right.
make my joke serious.
Sissik says, is it feasible to add a faction tab in the future?
A faction? Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah.
I was about to say, with everything that we're doing, I sure hope so.
I love that.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad. Is there like a significant desire for that?
Yeah. I would say that that's one of the questions that I see in OOC as well as my new guild quite a bit.
Is that like a thing on?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Okay. I'll look into that like in 2 months or so.
Bigger spell books interlinked.
What is this a reference to?
Player PvP housing. Minecraft server, THJ.
All right. Since Supporter's laughing, Xenofall wants to say legendary dungeons of the hero's journey.
That's,
What is
yep.
interlinked?
Blade Runner.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's been a long time since I've seen Blade Runner, and then the new one was like kind of bad, so it kind of ruined the old one for me retroactively.
Excuse me? You will not talk bad about my Ana de Armas. Anything that she was in, aside from that
Who?
one movie, was terrible.
Who?
It's 9:03.
Joy. She
have
was Joy.
27 minutes to get through 39 questions.
Yeah. Matter of fact, actually, we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop the question asking right now. So that is going to be turned off. Congratulations, the Orange Druid. You got one in there, but I don't know if we'll get to it yet because we have 40 questions. Let's
just
see.
real quick, last distraction. Just to be clear, you like Luckland models, but you don't like the new Blade Runner.
Yeah, the
Okay.
new Blade Runner is extremely, like, very mid.
I just wanted to get that out in the open. Okay, continue. Sorry. Just, yep.
Somebody should probably clip that too.
Yep.
Magnus says, can we have auto attack not turn off after killing an NPC, making us only turn off attack when we press attack again, losing valuable DPS time when having to retarget the next NPC on the list?
No.
Oh, well, because it's Magnus. Love you, buddy. But apparently not.
Yeah. Apparently we love you, but
I've sunk like 15 hours into trying to figure out how to do that in the past, even though I wasn't sure we wanted it from a design perspective, and no joy.
That tracks.
wow. And Darius Rosethorn says, any chance we can get a variant on Old Man Mackenzie missions from live, or is this very adjacent to the Dungeon Finder idea? Do you know what OMM is?
No.
Okay, so it's
probably. So I know what it is, and probably not. At least not in the same way. Like it's no.
Tangentially related things, but no.
feel like I know the answer to this one, but this one's Vegas the Great says, would it be technically possible and something you would be open to doing to allow dire charm mobs to be able to cross zone boundaries?
No. It's both technically not possible and no.
D Smith 22, does Ward of Purity work? I never notice it working.
What does
I
Ward of
hope
Purity do?
so? Question mark.
What does Ward of Purity do?
Yeah.
Doesn't it just remove diseases and poisons and stuff from
I
you?
think that's what it does.
Yeah,
I
like
bet
it's
it
just
doesn't
it's like a ward that removes them.
I bet it either doesn't work or the effect is so minor it doesn't matter. Why don't you open a bug report and I can investigate that?
I like that.
Crucible drop rates versus Zeb Vortex drop rates seem out of whack, especially looking at bizarre prices. Any fixes in the future?
Oh, there's nothing to fix.
Nothing planned. But if it's something that we need to take a look at, I don't mind taking like an 8th look at it.
Yeah, the Vortex drop rate was kind of set with like the impression that Zeb wasn't going to die that often. And then, time moved on and people figured out the fight and now he dies a lot. So it's kind of common.
Dark Animus says, as we aren't getting actual Eldon, is any of the Eldon group and raid loot being added to other things, namely Dungeon Finder? I really want my 30 AC Augs and Shard of Internal Pain, Pet Proc Aug.
Oh my god, I want that too.
I don't think it's currently planned, but it's something to discuss.
So we've discussed using Eldon rewards as currency rewards for the Dungeon Finder.
Faded Time says, what is your favorite feature you brought to THJ that is already live, and a brief why?
Wow, that's a tough one.
Where are you first?
That's a tough one.
Beep beep.
My favorite feature.
If you don't have an answer, I have a snap answer.
Oh, you go first then, and I'll.
Pet bags.
Pet bags is a good one.
I
Yeah.
love those too.
I honestly wish that it was really feasible to do like a proper pet inventory with slots and stuff. But that's the next best thing. And I like the that it moves some of the progression of like how good your pets are away from, you know, I got a new spell or I got a new pet focus into, you know, I invested in gearing my pet up.
Yeah. I'm a huge fan of our tiered loot system. And while we know how to do it differently now, I do think the net effect has been just really enjoyable and positive. And the decision to keep those items on the mobs they dropped from and just the way that we did the chances, I just think that and multi-classing really, that's just it, you know? But next.
Riv this says, is there any thoughts about tuning mobs to major raid events like that happened with the dojo guys the other day? The Tangerine.
I think okay. So we've already said that there's room to play with how things scale, and in fact, if we were to really sit down and talk about that, I think the difficulty scaling on mobs and the loot provided in general is probably one of the things that we should really figure out sooner than later. And we've talked about that multiple times, and we haven't moved on it because there's always something else to do.
So I don't know how much into like the sausage making is appropriate to go into right here, but
We have 20 minutes for 30 more questions.
okay, I'll be quick then. The short version is that I think it's really fun to have people like team up and do unreasonably difficult mobs that are basically impossible due to scaling. But there's no way to give like a real reward for that's nothing anything but a meme. Because we can't have like raid scaled gear here, because that's not the point of the server. And if you get 40 people together to go do a mob and it just drops like 40 rolls off its loot table, no one wants that. So it's a lot of effort for a meme thing rather than something that people are going to engage with in a real way.
Fair. Godwin Red 99 says, what do you think in the disparity of AUG usage across Kara and Saru? I'm going on a month plus of Kara 3 times a day without seeing an enchanted or Lego blocking dodging AUG. 2 AUGs are 10 to 15 in the value compared to others.
I had a conversation with Apori about this earlier before the Q&A that I'd like to remind him of and then say nothing else.
I think what you talked about is not what he's talking about, but that's funny.
I think it is, but we can talk about that more later.
Okay. But I guess we should probably actually answer the question. So, I mean, some items are always going to be more useful than other items or more sought after than other items. I hate to say it, but that's just really bad luck. Like that's really bad luck. And I'm sorry that that's a thing, but yeah.
Blue Steel Wheel says, I'm curious if you keep track of how many bugs you have squashed. I read the bug forums, and there are some unsung heroes like Akali and Voidless and numerous others working nonstop. It's amazing to be able to watch the progress.
Yeah, so I always talk about it at the end of the stream, but I'll use this as an opportunity. We have an exceptional team with some wonderful volunteers supporting that team. And what they do is wonderful. and both Akali and Voidless are on the team. And, you know, in terms of keeping track, we do have an archive from everything that's posted in Discord, and there have been thousands of bugs that have been fixed. Thousands. And it is really cool to see. Where we are today is just miles from where we were when we started, and it's only getting better. So thanks for being along for the ride.
Yeah. In the words of, I think it was Newton, stand on the shoulders of giants.
KCEQ, disclaimer, I understand the prismatic scale of elements has incredible stats, the best even on an AUG. Question, can you consider adding something that benefits melee, either a skill mod or something like that, so the prismatic strike isn't completely useless on a build?
I think that item's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity for more custom items and AUGs, and you will see them coming out with maybe not when Dungeon Finder launches, but using that system. So while it probably won't be on that item, there's a lot of room for some pretty cool stuff in the future.
Rawl asks, is there some way to increase the map label font size? Playing on 2K and 4K, even with Windows override DPI scaling, the font is so small. Is there anything on your end or something to increase the font?
So my suggestion is, instead of using the DPI override to change the font size, there's a program that you can get on Steam called lossless scaling, and run the game at a lower resolution via lossless scaling.
There was a question.
There's a guide somewhere in Discord. I don't remember which section it's in specifically. That was put up pretty early on that Drake did, which details how to go about that. But EQ really wants to be run at 1080p, running at 1440p absolute tops, but anything more than that, you're going to be suffering in terms of font size. And the font size rendering is fixed size. There's nothing we can realistically do to increase that.
There was a question from somebody about whether or not you guys were thinking or would consider including the lossless scaling and things like that with the download client.
We can't. Lossless scaling is not something that we can distribute.
Easy enough. Sarkden says, can we get an option to turn in multiple parchments runes at once and receive an equal amount of spells back?
Yeah, that's been on the to-do list for a minute.
Z-Spida says, will other heroic stats be given an extra benefit? Example, how heroic strength gives 1% damage crit, or int giving something like percent wise towards melee casters?
So we answered this a little bit last week, but basically heal amount was added to items based on HWiz, and spell damage was added to items based on HInt. So there are some things that are out there. We've talked about adjusting some things and adding some things, but the reality is that aside from some tweaks that we need to do because of recent changes we made, overall, we're pretty happy where things are at right now, but you never know. Stay tuned.
Gene Toll asks, is the dot scaling going to be adjusted in the next update? Right now, the higher end tops out at level 100 for most dots.
That's a misunderstanding about what you're seeing when you look at the scaling on like a website or the blue text on the spell description. The formula theoretically extends out to level 100, but the scaling at the level 65 is what's intended for the damage to be done. I do think that there are some changes to some dot damage on test right now, though. Was that why your voice was getting high pitched steadily earlier for you?
I don't think I understand.
When he was talking about all the stuff from test being pushed to prod, you may have changed your tonality.
Oh, I was specifically talking about the H strength change.
Yeah, I haven't accepted that PR. That's fine.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I figured we needed to test it first, and we had a release coming, so
Exactly.
I wasn't going to grab it just like right off the rip.
I'm so proud of you.
Man.
So proud of you, Kevin.
Yeah. You guys are really jiving. Probably not as exciting as other questions, but was there an adjustment to item level recently? It feels like gear is leveling much slower. Started during the Easter event, so maybe there was a bonus during that, and now it's back to normal.
Yeah, Season of the Hare affected item leveling rates.
Which, and I don't mind saying this one out loud because we've done it for the past 3 events and we intend to continue doing it. So the world buffs that come out during the events are awesome. We will continue to give items that allow a temporary grant to the entire server for some of those buffs. We've done it every event so far, and we will continue to do that.
Shawshanker says, Mage Elemental Form Earth, the hit point buff no longer stacks with mount hit point buffs. The issue began about 2 weeks ago before the Planes of Power launch. It was working correctly before then.
So there's a couple of things to unpack there. Mounts shouldn't have hit point buffs, is one of them.
They shouldn't?
I don't think any. I don't think that there was a stacking change there.
Mounts
So
definitely have hit point buffs.
Yeah, so we'll offline that one. So a couple things. It shouldn't have changed how it stacked. And we'll just take that as the official answer.
10-4.
Create a bug report, Shaw.
Any interest in adding bard skills to armor pre-pop, losing your range and offhand for epic really limits choices. I'm doing self-imposed solo self-found.
You know, I don't think that's actually the worst idea I've ever heard. Maybe as Augs?
I think there's going to be more options with the Augs that are coming out with Dungeon Finder.
Well,
And
that
you'll
doesn't
have-
really. Sorry, go ahead.
And you'll have access to those sooner than later, right? So you have to think like Dungeon Finder becomes a part of the game that you would expect to unlock at level 50. So even in Classic, you would have access to certain things you normally wouldn't. So
Okay.
D. Smith wants to know if there's any free character respecs coming.
probably when the heroic strength change goes live.
Any ETA on Clicky Bag release?
July event.
And we're not ready for that level of troll yet. I love that there were so many of them though. God damn, there's so many trolly ones.
I blame you for memeing on housing.
You know what? All right, never mind. All right, so Nerd Navigator says, now that Battle Royale mode has been announced, are we getting additional dance emotes on the EM?
Next, please.
Yes, I would like to dance on my enemies.
Battle
appreciate
Royale
that much.
mode that you confirmed. Do we fly in on our pet dragons or a school bus drop?
I love everything about this.
You know, Battle Royale mode. We could do that.
I know. No, Skunk Works.
Okay.
Can I get some support for streamers and devs for my next Sweat Dojo event? Naked No Mercy Knockout.
You know what? Sure.
Okay, streamers maybe. I will not commit devs.
I'm committing myself. I'll help you out with that.
No, that's the opposite of what we want to happen.
Oh God. Let's see here. If we can't have bigger spell books, can we get smaller spells?
We could start deleting low-level spells that are completely pointless, like True North or Flare. Like, we could do that.
Suddenly, we found a way, guys. We found a way.
I actually really like this question, and I think that this is going to maybe take up a little bit more time. But I did like this one. If you had an unlimited budget to hire 5 devs with very specific EverQuest dev experience, what 5 skills experience would you hope to find? Like UI, 3D modeling, trade skills, etc. Also, I'll throw on there player housing.
As you should.
I'm going to not answer this question personally.
Okay. I mean, I think it's a cool thought experiment. I can tell you from my own personal experience what I would love, right? So I would love if we had someone that was dedicated to creating our own client. I would love if we had someone that was dedicated full-time to 3D modeling and custom things like that. I would love if we had someone that was dedicated to not new content, but the streamlining of old content. So think about the taskification of all quests, like that type of UX improvement is huge. I wish I had someone that was devoted just to a custom UI for us, making sure that everything is visible and flows correctly and nicely, and that it can be customized in the way that we want it. Yeah, that would be great.
I could see, like, granted, not a coder, not a dev, want to preface this real quick, but even just being able to have somebody that like was on the original dev team that would be able to translate some of the stuff, so you guys didn't have to dig and tinker and fiddle.
We literally can't have that.
Yeah, that's not a thing we can have, but
Well, I know, but like, this is a
heads up.
dream. Like, this is like a, fantasy situation, right? Anna de Armas in your, office right
many
now.
blessings. Many blessings.
If you ever decide necros need more love, an AA to spread the dots on their current target to all mobs in a small range, 10, 15 would rock. We already have bees.
We have bees, but we have talked about something like that. And like, if we were ever to do a corpse explosion type thing, like that would be perfect. Like, if it dies with,
It spreads all of its remaining dots and it spreads all. If a mob dies with dots on it, it blows up and AoEs all of its dots with their remaining number of ticks on it to all the mobs nearby.
yeah, something like that would be cool.
That
That'd be
is
fun.
amazing. Will solo self-found hardcore get mad if echoes of memory have swarms of mobs near them? Then they die. I don't think that that's how that works, but it's really trolly. It's funny.
So I'll just go out a little bit on a limb here. We're not going to be intervening with things that happen to hardcore characters outside of actual bugs that are our fault. That said, if we find anyone deliberately trolling hardcore characters to get them killed, they will not have a good day.
Oh, no. If I find anyone griefing hardcore characters, just know that for a dev, you don't have to be a hardcore character to be deleted. Yeah? So be nice.
What if it's me and I'm very specifically trolling VV's hardcore character?
As long as it doesn't die, that's fine.
Oh.
We'll just enable PvP on you. It's fine.
That's actually the correct play, to be completely honest.
That would be hilarious.
Hey, Kata, here's a question. Is there a way we could get it to literally turn PvP on for a player to where they could be attacked but can't attack back?
Oh my God, yes.
Okay, cool. We got to talk about that. I think that's a wonderful punishment mechanism.
Good God.
First to engage, THJ edition.
Jesus. The Shaman and Druid both share charm animal. Druid at 23 and Shaman at 32. How does that work when having both classes at level 32? They both work.
Do they really both get charm? Do they both get charm animal?
They do.
Okay, so this is like getting into the guts a little bit. I'm actually not sure what would happen, but I'm pretty sure that which one gets it at a lower level? Druid?
Druid.
I'm pretty sure that shamans could charm an animal and it wouldn't count as it would count as a druid pet for them rather than a shaman pet. So they could have both their spirit animal and a charmed animal at the same time. I'm pretty sure that's how that would work.
That's kind of cool.
Which is a bug, by the way, that I'm not really sure how to fix, but that's a thing.
And with 1 minute left, go ahead.
Yeah, it responds to druid pet command. That's absolutely what happens then. So you could have a shaman's accidental low level buff with charm animal.
There you go.
I'm not going to fix that probably, to be blunt.
That's One Morning Coffee, our local THJ recent partner, Bear Lover. Are we hype training early or late today, fellas? So saith the Rern Smash. No,
I don't know.
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't.
You've answered this one in the past, but I think this is a good one. Will public announcements such as Reforged Sword of Truth include solo self-found hardcore labels for those in the game modes?
Yeah, so there's a lot of polish that needs to be brought in there. I'm going to be honest with you. I want to highlight, especially about solo self-found and especially about hardcore solo self-found characters, I really want to publicly highlight their achievements and defeats. And exactly how that gets implemented is a little bit still TBD.
Yeah, that's fair.
Dark Animist, SK Necro, Swarm Pet control coming is great, but the visibility using them is awful and makes the game hard to play. Will you consider implementing a perma song buff via clicky or AA to auto illusion and max shrink these pets? We can shrink or change them in any way now.
So yeah, there's actually some design space that we probably need to go offline with here, Aporia. But now that we can toggle off AAs, there's a lot of things there's a lot of QOL type of options that we could enable as passive AAs that
I think
maybe toggle on and off.
So follow me on this one, right? The most recently used Petamorph wand just automatically affects everything.
No.
Unless you turn it off.
Yeah, so the current behavior of Petamorph wands is if you don't have one of your pets targeted, it affects everything. If you target one of your pets, it only affects that pet. And if you equip it in the ammo slot, which is probably behavior that's going away because it was really hacky, when you zone, all of your pets get that buff or get that illusion automatically.
That's actually super cool. And if that applied to swarm pets, that would be dope.
Do you think maybe just equipping the pedomorph wand should just apply that illusion to all of your pets?
Yeah, I do. And it should affect swarm pets too. I think it's a great idea.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I can implement that. That's relatively straightforward to do. That behavior needs a little bit of polish anyway because it wasn't completely correct. Yeah, there's a larger conversation there to take offline because I had some ideas around how we could improve some UX around a few things regarding illusions. So remind me to bring that up sometime.
So it's a discussion, but do you guys have any idea if you were to equip it, would it go in the ammo slot or would it go somewhere else?
I need to have that offline conversation before I can really answer that question.
That's fair. There's like 4 questions here that all ask about solo self-found and hardcore and just the details about the base rule set and how will loot work.
How about we like put together a dev diary or something so to answer these questions with more finality for you?
Yeah, well, I think so. We've got some pretty well documented things already. We just need to flesh those out, and I could see that coming out within the next week or two. We'll share that a couple weeks ahead of launch, so people know what they're expecting. What to expect.
Cool. And did we ever land somewhere on whether the character sets thing was going out before or with those features?
Ideally before, but it depends on dev cycle, right?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I would like to get them out before, simply to break, so we have fewer changes happening all at once.
Oh, 100%. I mean, ideally, when play modes launch, it's literally only play modes that launches.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
And Omni Slays asks if you guys have any or have ever made any thoughts about doing patches at like midnight as opposed to midday to less impact the populace.
No, we have to get up in the morning. We love that we have as many people as we do, but that's not usually in the cards. So exactly. We would love to do that, and honestly, sometimes we can, and sometimes we have. But realistically speaking, to give ourselves enough breathing room, like if something goes wrong, no one here wants to be up till 4 a.m. under the stress of 30,000 people can't log in and play. Like we don't want to be in that position.
Yeah, the other side of it is we used to do patches late at night like that, but the project has gotten larger, and so we're trying to have for lack of a better term, a higher level of professionalism around the quality of patches. So we're testing them more, and we're having people who weren't intimately involved with the development do testing to make sure that there's not blind spots there. And it's just something we can I don't mind doing patches at midnight personally, but when it's just me doing it, but it's not just me doing it. So
I see Kata online at 3 to 4 a.m. a lot.
Yeah, but there's a difference between staying up because you're excited or want to stay up and staying up because you are terrified of people not being able to log on and all the many messages that come with that.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't saying that as an advocation for to have the things happen that late at night, just that he's already working as hard as he can on tons of stuff. Like these guys work constantly on this, like literally constantly this stuff. I can go through a couple of these really quick, but would there be any plans for a taunt zone item in the EOM store at all?
No,
never explicitly, emphatically no.
Yeah, there are certain things, and let me be very clear. There's a lot of things we can do. It's not a technical limitation. We don't want this to feel artificial, right? So there are certain things that are just over the threshold, and that's one of them.
Magnus wants to know, since WoW did it, can we get a 1-button rotation for EQ?
Um, here's a shocking comment coming from me. I'm not wholly opposed to the concept, but it hasn't been discussed internally.
Listen,
you-
you're talking to someone who loved Rift's macros, where I literally had the most complicated macros and could just roll my face on the keyboard and win. But at the same time, meh.
I think that the 1-button rotation concept gives a lot of freedom to worry about something other than like which ability you're using next to maximize DPS. I don't know. I have nuanced thoughts there, and I don't think it's wholly a bad idea. But I think we don't need to go into that right now.
Although I said Rift, and now my mind is wandering.
Was that the one that we could have wings and you could fly around and stuff?
No.
That was Aeon.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that was a really good one. Actually, I really enjoyed that game. You guys kind of answered this, but this is this person's first time in here, and I just want to pop it. Sorry if this has been asked, but for Dungeon Finder, TBD, how does the loot work? Brand new items on the server or heavily upgraded OG items from the original dungeons?
Yeah, so
Go ahead. I'll stay out of this one.
Oh, I'm actually interested to hear what you were going to say. There's only 2 questions left, so we can afford a little. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not going to put this one public if you read it.
I have a lot of thoughts there. I like the idea of having upgraded versions of OG loot. I actually do. But we've steered clear of custom itemization that competes with normal items for the most part, with one notable exception that I somewhat feel uncomfortable about. So we've had a bunch of ideas on how to reward an itemized Dungeon Finder.
Yeah, I can say with a pretty high degree of certainty that Dungeon Finder will not bring new upgraded versions. The eventual Raid Finder will, but the Dungeon Finder will not. Dungeon Finder is going to be currency and illusions and glamours and familiars.
Oh, that was spoiler. That was spoilers.
Maybe.
Why did you just have? Why did you have to bring that up?
There might be familiars. There might be familiars.
You guys already technically spoiled that about a week back. Actually, I think in VV's last one.
Yep.
Oh, did we?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that is. Well, what even is a familiar? But anyways, no, a lot of the things that are going to be in the currency shop are not. It's not going to be upgraded versions of stuff. We haven't settled exactly on what we're looking for, but I can guarantee you that there's going to be things like mounts, bags, cosmetic stuff, fun stuff, OGs. You'll see a lot of that in Dungeon Finder currency.
There you go. Did you read this to see why I wasn't going to ask this? Yeah.
Yep. Nope.
Yep.
Don't
But
ask that. And actually,
I wanted to save it because it's going to be, right. I'm going to send it to you
because that needs to be handled ASAP. Like that's actually a big one, and I forgot about that.
It's a known issue. It's a bandolier one. That's it.
No, it's not. And we've talked about it. We'll talk about it offline when we end this.
I fixed the one that you're talking about. That's a bandolier issue. But we can talk about it offline.
You're sure?
I am 97% sure based on other commentary that he made in chat.
Oh, okay. So he said more. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, hey, listen, that was our last question for the night. And once again, thank you guys so much for joining us. Like, thanks for being here. Thanks for interacting, for asking us questions. Like, we do this for you. And if you have a chance when you're in Discord and you see any of our volunteers or any of our team members, please share your thanks with them. It makes their day, and they deserve it. Like it's so wonderful having the volunteers that we do, having the team members that we do, having the community that we do. I'm just I've been reminded very recently how lucky we are to have the people we have and have the community that we have. So thank you all for being a part of it.
Thank you for doing this. Yeah. I mean, just in general, guys taking your time. You guys are very busy. You guys got tons of stuff to do. I mean, it feels like lately too, it's been absolutely wild. I brought this up, I feel like, at the last Q&A too. You guys have just been constantly at stuff. So thank you for being able to take the time, both mine and Void stream, talk to people, talk
absolutely.
to the community. It's really great. And it puts you guys way above anybody else in your shoes.
We appreciate that, man. Well, hope y'all have a great weekend. Reboot tomorrow, Easter event rewards, and then just another month and play modes, people. So high fives,
Soon.
Be good, be happy. See you around.
Yep, bye-bye.
Player housing confirmed.
PvP player housing.
Oh, yeah. I'm really looking forward to pulling my shirt off and beating up Void in my basement of my new player-owned house.
Will there be pearl necklaces?
Oh, of course there will.
Okay, well, you know what? Sign me up then.
Love it. All right, I'm going to jump out of here and I'm going to say my goodbyes to chat here. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for yet another great Q&A. Kata Dev, Aporia Dev, and our wonderful Variety Void streamer, all here, all having a great time. I think we did make some progress on housing. I think we're weakening him. We'll get there. We'll get there. Soon, TM. You know what I mean? Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we'll get there. We just got to keep working on it. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate all the bits, all the follows, all of the everythings. You guys have been really awesome. Some great questions tonight. We literally got through all of them but one, and that one question that we didn't answer is because it was kind of related to something that probably shouldn't be brought up in a public forum. But that's fine. I love you guys. You're all awesome. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raid out from here. You're beautiful. Thanks again, guys. Can't wait to see you again next week in Variety Void stream.